Good morning, everyone. We are going to start. First of all, welcome to EASA, welcome to Cologne. I am Gianandrea Bandieri. I am the section manager for cybersecurity in aviation and conflict zone. And I have the honor to lead the team that organized this workshop for today and tomorrow. Before we start, just some housekeeping. We are a lot. You see, the room is full, which is maximum capacity of for an EASA event. And we also have a YouTube connection. So good morning also to the colleagues that are connected in live stream. Let me start with some practicalities about the building, how to make the meeting more enjoyable and more comfortable. Next, please. Give me the clicker. Yeah. Okay, good. So here at EASA, we are in the conference area in the ground floor. You can move around without need to go through any closed door. First thing are sanitary facilities. You have two options: out of the room on your left, or out of the room on your right. You will see a white door close to the lift. You open it, take the corridor, and at the other end of the corridor, you will find another door, and then finally the toilet. The other thing that is important to remember that the full building here is a non-smoking building. So if you want to take a smoke during a break, you have to go outside the building using the QR code you received to enter the building today. On the left-hand side, where you see the area marked in purple, there is a smoker's area for those who can't still give up with the smoke. Now, arrangement for coffee and lunches. So as we are more than 200 here, we have two areas for catering. One is the main lobby, but also there is another meeting room called Boeing on the other side of the building. You can go there by going out through the door with the QR code, and then entering again on the right-hand side. And then you climb 3 steps, and the other room is there. So this will ensure a good distribution of everyone, and also the possibility not to stand long in the queue to get your coffee or your food. And also, one of the reasons why we have 1.5 hours to network in a calm area, because 200 people chatting here in the lobby will be extremely noisy. In case you want to drop your luggage, there is a room here on the left where you can drop your luggage. It will be locked during the day. If you haven't done it yet, just let us know. Evacuation. So here, in case of evacuation, there will be an acoustic signal. And what is important to bear in mind is that you have to go outside and to the right. Never go toward the Rhine, because there is a high traffic area, high traffic road, and it will be worse than being in the building to evacuate. The meeting point is at the top of the parking lot just behind the EASA here. We don't plan evacuation drills today or tomorrow. So if you hear acoustic signal, it is a good one. and we have to go out. But sincerely speaking, we hope this won't be the case. If you want to know more, in the card you have received, you have more instruction. What else? Now, okay, housekeeping is done. Let's talk business. We have built the agenda of today and tomorrow in a way that we cover a number of topics, but also we allow interaction. And we invite all of you in person and online to interact. I will come back to it in the next slide. So we have organized blocks of presentation and discussion, followed by question and answer blocks, meaning that if there is no time for discussion after the first three presentations about information security or safety regulation, don't worry. Immediately after lunch, there will be 45 minutes of open floor for everyone to ask questions. Same in the afternoon. There will be the possibility after the 2 blocks of presentation to have another Q&A session. The new thing of this year is the Meet the Expert session. So we will finish the day in the plenary at around 4 p.m. And then there is the possibility to have a one-to-one with our expert. We have chosen 5 topics: proportional implementation and derogation, occurrence reporting or event reporting, how to fit Part IS in the existing organization, crediting compliance with other EU rules, and how to perform the risk assessment. In the past few days, you have received a link to book a slot of 10 minutes with one of our experts, and all the slots have been booked. All the others are welcome to stay here in the room or to enjoy coffee and then exchange. This is also part of the learning. There will be 2 rooms on the ground floor and 3 rooms on the first floor. Again, free movement, no need to scan QR code, where the experts are available to listen to you and to talk to you. I will repeat it again at the end of the day, but good use of time is essential. It is important to ensure that everyone has the same possibility to talk to us. And then feel free to exchange with your peers while you wait after you have talked to us. And feel free also to talk to other EASA colleagues that will be around here for any clarification. Questions. So we have a Slido active as of now. You can scan the QR code, is a good one. Or if you don't like QR codes, you just go to slido.com and you put the code part-IS 2025. For those online, Slido is the possibility to interact and to ask questions. For those in the rooms, we prefer you raise your hand. We have microphones, we will come to you, and this will make everything much, much easier. And with this, I think we have completed all the introductory instruction. I am reminded to inform you that all the event is recorded. I hope no one of you has a problem with the fact that it's recorded and broadcasted. I will wait until for 5 seconds If I see any hand raised, meaning that you disagree on the event being recorded, okay, we can start the recording. Thank you for your agreement. And now we start the official part of the meeting with a video address from our executive director, who is unable to be here today and has agreed to record the video to introduce the workshop. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of EASA, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Part IS implementation workshop of 2025. This goes to both those that are physically here and the ones connected online. This is an important time for cybersecurity in aviation, as applicability date of the delegated and implementing regulations of the so-called Part IS is around the corner. The focus for authorities and organizations is shifting from preparation to implementation, from planning to action. That is precisely why we are here, to share the experience we have gathered so far from pilot projects, standardization activities, and working groups established with authorities and advisory bodies. Our aim is to build collective confidence and harmonize approaches. The Part IS regulatory framework is a tool to safely navigate the future, interconnected aviation ecosystem, and to cope with the information security challenges that arise in our domain. It is not just a regulatory milestone, it is a common commitment to proactive risk management and building trust across the entire operational and supply chain. Such an evolution, however, cannot happen overnight and requires a joint effort. It can only be built through dialogue, feedback, and practical experience sharing. This is the very purpose of today's workshop. Whether you represent an air operator, an airport, an NSP, or another vital link in the chain of aviation, your contributions are essential. During the workshop, you will touch upon important insights about the regulation, like the safety nature of Part IS, and elements that can be considered for a proportionate implementation of the requirements in relation to organizational complexity and safety criticality. In the session ahead, we encourage you to be open, share your insight, ask questions, and explore challenges together. Our goal is to ensure that every actor feels supported and equipped in their regulatory obligation, not only for the sake of compliance, but for their own operational safety and resilience. Let me also thank all the speakers, moderators, the Part IS task force, and all contributors whose expertise continues to shape this journey. Your work is extremely appreciated and strengthens aviation not only in Europe, but globally. Together, let's make this workshop a meaningful step forward towards a safe and secure, collaborative, and future-ready aviation system. Thank you, and I wish you a productive and engaging workshop today.
Okay, now it is really time to go into the first topic of the day. Part IS is an information security or purely or a safety regulation. It will be a very interesting discussion. We have three contributions, two from the industry and one from the other side. The first speaker of the day should have been our colleague Jean-Paul Moreaux, who unfortunately is no longer with us. Jean-Paul prepared this presentation before going on holiday at the beginning of June, but unfortunately he never came back from his holiday. A heart attack caught him while he was riding his bicycle in the vicinity of Aachen, 70 kilometers from here. And after a few days in hospital, he passed 12 days ago, leaving us orphan of his knowledge, of his wisdom, and his sense of humor. He really left a big gap in our team and in the whole community of experts and practitioners that work with him on cybersecurity in aviation, not only at EASA, but also at ICAO, at EuroCAE, and in the industry. Jean-Paul has been a mentor and a master for many of us, including me. I learned a lot from him, and every time he was able to bring new perspective and nuances. While preparing this workshop, we agreed that this should have been his last presentation before his deserved retirement that was planned at the end of August. It should have been his professional farewell to the community of cybersecurity in aviation, to which he enthusiastically contributed during his working years. But he can't be here with us today. His thoughts and this presentation are here, as Jean-Paul once again managed to deliver on time. We thought that then it would be good to keep the agenda point for him. And Davide Martini, one of us, kindly accepted to lend his voice to Jean-Paul's thoughts and to introduce the discussion on the safety nature of Part AS. I would like to ask you to forgive us in case emotions are taking over during this presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. So, like Gian Andrea said, I will lend my voice for this Jean-Paul last presentation. And when we discussed together and we planned to deliver this message, we realized in the end that there has been a return to where all has started. And ironically, for him, was also a return for, say, the end of what he did. So, a return to where all has started is basically safety. Part IS is a safety regulation. Part IS requires one extra cause having safety consequences to be taken into account. Does not establish new safety requirements. And it's an integral to traditional principles of risk management sharings. So these are 3 points that we are all well aware if we are coming from the safety community. And this whole idea of Part IS was to introduce this new element, information security threats, into the equation. It's a slight change of the perspective. And what is important, so when the unknown becomes known, it cannot be any longer ignored. So it's an extra safety risk. We have to deal with that. We cannot do like the sheep in this comics against the wolf. And at the same time, we have to understand when enough is enough, no? Because risk management, it's all about that. We accept at the end that there is a residual risk that is commonly acceptable by the population, by the citizen, by us. So how do we see then these new elements into the equation? Well, it's all about the causes. And there are traditional causes that we are all well aware and used to deal with. Again, if you're part of a safety community, like failures, human factors, very important, and particular risks. Well, we can see information security maybe as a branch of the particular risks. And, but let's say we carved out for this a very specific definition, and it's all coming from the intentional interaction. All of the failures of human factors, related risk, are, say, normally chances that something happens because, say, things align badly. But intentional interaction, it's basically the main element that drives the information security risks evaluation in the safety equation. And we can distinguish between benign intentional interaction and malign. And security, it's about this malign interaction. There are slightly, say, different perspective into this, but this is the main categorization. And all of them should be taken into account because they may have an effect on safety. And the effect on safety, the way we're used to categorize them is, well, they may cause an accident. So we call this catastrophic or hazardous outcome. Or they cause an incident, they can cause an incident, so a major outcome in most of the categorization, or they can be just nuisance, so a minor effect on safety. As simple as that, if you want. Now, how this concept was waved in? Well, we are a regulatory agency, and all starts again with the regulation. So this is a flashback. We have Part IS, and one of the pillars of Part IS is Article 1, the subject matter. So we talk about identification and management of information security risks with a potential impact on aviation safety. And for what concerns incident and events, detection of incidents and events that are considered information security incident with potential impact on aviation safety. So it's all about safety. But there is a more important root. It's the basic regulation, the so-called basic regulation, the regulation that establishes EASA and is the common regulation for aviation in Europe. So in the Article 4, in the revision of 2018, we've seen the introduction of a couple of sentences, very important. There should be an action, say, for the agency to take into account, and also for the Commission and Member States, to take into account interdependencies between different domains, between aviation safety, cybersecurity, and other technical domains. So that was the trigger that the Commission decided to, let's say, introduce in the basic regulation, after consultation with Member States, of course, in order to start this bridging. And there is another element very important in Annex 2, essential requirement for airworthiness, about the product integrity, where there was this introduction of the language, including protection against information security threats. This was the trigger, I would say, enable the introduction of objectives for type certification later on, with, say, cybersecurity objectives in product certification. So we had this, say, strong link between information security, cybersecurity, to aviation safety. So we have safety, we have information security in the equation, and we may have two approaches in order to deal with this, let's say, to find the solution of this. So Part IS is safety regulation. So this has to be reminded again and repeated till exhaustion. The scope of part IS is potential impact on aviation safety. But then the causes are intentional acts that brings into the equation the information security aspect. And in this environment, we have certain elements that has to be taken into account. A security environment that is, let's say, outside influencing what we do. And it's, I would say, the area that we are interested in for our consideration. The security perimeter, where our organization set the boundaries, and all what is inside the assets that are generally or generally needs to be understood in this context as safety evaluation items. We call it in part IS elements, to be very generic. So the first step in our exercise is to understand the safety impact. So we can call it safety impact assessment. We can call it high-level risk assessment, but probably after a couple of years of discussion, and allow me to put here the experience that has been gathered during the last couple of years in pilot projects and discussion with stakeholders, probably the best way to name it is impact assessment. So we would like to understand what could be the impact on safety if, let's say, all the controls are gone and this attack go through. And the step two is the more detailed safety risk assessment. Well, we introduce also reasoning on the level of threat or the likelihood of attack. And conceptually, this can be represented with this schematic. Don't get scared. It seems complicated, but it's not actually. It's an evolution of the first representation of the combined bow tie that we have in the GM, that we currently have in the GM. And this was mainly Jean-Paul's job with support of the ICAO community. It's an evolution of the idea of the connected bow tie, where we see, we think, say it's portrayed the interaction between the safety evaluation and information security evaluation, safety assessment and information security assessment. So ideally, the safety assessment should consider the elements that should be protected and that we care about and that can be exposed to information security threats, and set certain objectives. We can start to introducing this idea of setting the context, and the context brings in the likelihood, the accepted likelihood, the acceptable likelihood for a certain information security event that may have an impact on safety should have. And both safety assessment and information security assessment are iterative processes, where by adjusting the controls, by introducing barriers, we can get to, say, the proper control of the effect. The causes are controlled so that the safety effect is reduced to the proper extent, and the likelihood of information security threats happening, materializing into an incident is reduced. And the two processes interact. They are talking each other. The two communities are talking each other. The process, of course, ends when we have a risk acceptable, meaning that given a certain impact on safety, the likelihood of the information security risk associated to this is also deemed acceptable. I can provide you, let's say, a sneak preview of the fact that this new diagram will be integrated in our future version of the guidance material. So start to get, say, familiar with that. And we will come back to the diagram tomorrow. So now it's important to make a distinction here. We have these two sides in the diagram, the safety view and the information security view. These two communities, we have noticed, may not have the same definition of impact, of risk. And the safety community, if this can be summarized in few words, typically as for what concerns the risk, an impact view. So what must be avoided to happen? We don't want to talk about accident. We would like to talk very seldom about incident. And the risk is related to critical assets. Vulnerabilities are a safety hazard for the safety community. And again, are related to critical assets. And the impact, again, entails this notion of criticality, safety criticality. This perspective, if we link it to a bow tie, brings us to the right side. So this is where the focus, I would say, of the safety expert goes immediately, no? The consequences. It's because it has been years of exposure and training to this view. But there is also the other side. But let's finish with an idea. That was, say, kind of provocation that Jean-Paul wanted to introduce in this presentation. A structured approach to impact identification. So a transposition from functional to organizational hazard assessment. If you're a safety expert, if you're used to deal with safety analysis, you might be familiar with functional hazard assessment. So we're talking about products, system hazard assessment and fault tree analysis. Why not translating this concept by switching a bit the perspective into what could be an organizational hazard assessment? And at the lower level, a discipline hazard assessment. So the organization at top level, and then we have the department, the processes, procedures, up to a process failure analysis. So the question is whether this idea resonates with you, if it's feasible, if it's one way to look at this problem. For someone, it was. In fact, we had an example. This is coming again from my ICAO activities. I think I have to thank, in this case, for this diagram, Frank Stenu of DGAC. I'm not sure he's connected or is here. So that was an exercise that was developed or presented by him and probably also driven by his thoughts. That was an application of the idea of interaction between safety and security, and this idea of, let's say, process pre-analysis. At the top of this, we have the safety event, the top event. The text is small, but it is about an effect on information given to the pilot through CPDLC or so ground to aircraft communication system. And at the bottom, you have this information security threat, the cause that we were talking about. So it is a proof that this approach is doable, is feasible, and we may have other example later on of similar approach. Like I said, there's the other side, the flip coin. And this is, again, typically, stereotypes are not very welcome and don't like that much, but say it's a tendency. The security community look at the risks with a threat view. So what could make things go wrong? In this case, risk are, let's say, equated to likelihood, to threats. Vulnerabilities relates to assets, and the impacts, again, to assets. What does it mean this in our bow tie representation? Is that typically the focus goes on the left side, the threats, and then expands on what are the possible threat scenarios, what are the possible information security risks, and in order to, say, proceed in the analysis. And so again, if we have this, I would say, opposite approach and views that are all good, we need to find some way, a process, a methodology to meet halfway. Now, for what concerns information security, probably the root, let's say, the main source is ISO 31000 and 27005. That is information security risk management process. So the treatment focuses on information security. So we start from that, like I said. And then later on, the interdependency between information security and safety that is not considered should be, let's say, established. So, and again, the question is how to tie separate scope into one common perspective. This one. I hope that now it can be better digested from the audience. Safety and information security have to talk together. The two communities have to interact and exchange information about the context, the maximum acceptable safety consequence, the expected likelihood of information security risk materializing. So we are about to land to the end of the presentation and approach the final message, which is a bit philosophical, this one. Everything is linked to everything else. But this is the truth. So you cannot, let's say, move one piece in independence. You cannot deal with information security without thinking at aviation safety, or information security, financial impact, and vice versa, or aviation safety and aviation security. It's all linked. So the message here is that all the communities here, all people involved, need to exchange, need to talk, and this activity cannot be carried out in isolation. It's Part IS is not a task of the IT. Part IS is not a task that is solely for the information security team or is solely for the safety team. So all requirements related to safety are applicable to any information security measure, as they are part of the same context: architecture, perimeter, environment. So it means that you do not have to ask anyone what Part IS introduced in terms of risk acceptabilities is already there. because it's safety risk acceptability. The level of safety severity determines how badly an organization has to avoid them happening. It's all there in our existing safety regulation. Acceptable risks on one side, and the related assurance level. The higher the risk, the higher the assurance, and the thorough should be the scrutiny that is applied. And this is the element of proportionality that we also introduced in Part IS. Safety-related requirements. This is an important message because it's hidden between the lines. In particular for catastrophic and hazardous events, continue to be applicable. So we have to prevent, and now it's transliterated into information security words, to prevent a single information security failure from leading to unacceptable safety consequences. So it means when you hit in your risk matrix a situation where there's a catastrophic outcome and the likelihood of happening or the threat potential, it's very low. Well, it is acceptable, but yeah, if this materializes, it cannot really be the only thing that leads to this catastrophic outcome. So there should be a safety net that protects these extreme cases. Now, what we can suggest when it comes to understanding the safety aspects of it, well, is to go back to the origin, to the basis. There are plenty of industry standards and presentations about safety, risk management, hazard assessment in our CSs for products or in other productions of industry. They may be related, like I said, some of them to products, but what is important is the message behind it. And if you would like to have instead a list of information security related standard for aviation, consult the work that has been done by the ECSCG. This is an initiative that, by the way, chaired by my colleague Cyril Rosé, who presented in the last workshop about the standards. So we reiterate the message. Have a look at the CSCG table, There's a list of information security standards for aviation has been produced. And there you will find the information, let's say, to integrate the other industry standard on safety, and together with them, you should have all the means to, say, implement Part IS with actionable material. And now it's my turn to ask a few questions. And to make it a bit more interactive, I would say, I would ask you to submit the question online via Slido. So I'll give you a few moments. And this is also the link to for the next game, I would say, that is me asking questions. And the same link can be used for your answers. First one, when enough is enough?
share some of the
Yes,
we have received.
yes, yes.
So some people are saying actually never. And one other response is like when I can sleep well, when risk is tolerable, when the risk rating is within an acceptable rating, probably never. And now we receive a flood of responses. But you will find out, thanks for responding already, you will find out 26 people are also typing. When risk assessment results is acceptable, when risk level is acceptable, what is the question? Okay, so we can proceed. We collected a few, so we can proceed already to the next one. So be patient, and you will see the answer to all of those.
I'm sure that what is the question is my fault.
Yeah.
Like I said, Jean-Paul would have done better. How does safety generally deal with threats? And Vasily said already that you will get some answers.
Associating them to hazards and evaluating risk.
Proof
Proof barriers which are preventive. Yes, by derogating them, analyzing them, and establishing mitigations, actions to avoid to become a risk. Well, there are so many, I don't have the time to to read them. Use risk management.
So many answers, huh?
Many answers, yes. Threat is defined in cybersecurity. Okay, my mitigation and corrective action. Okay, we received already 55 votes.
Yeah.
Counting. So I think maybe we can.
Okay, well, let's move on.
We can move on
To the. I may have disconnected the clicker.
No, it's here. We have to.
Yeah.
Connect this again. One moment.
Sure. So those are, in the spirit of Jean-Paul, maiotic questions. Huh? You have the answer in you. It just have to be found.
So we have received 74, and I will now close it, and we proceed with.
I will leave the time to find the answer.
Yes. Okay. Next one.
And how to determine the correct assurance level?
Continuous monitoring and regular reviews, according to severity only, linking with the worst safety effect. When you accept the risk assessment result, by doing a safety impact analysis, analyze the threat, implementation cost versus damage cost. When you have properly addressed all possible threats by the relevant impact on safety. Okay, now we are receiving more and more responses.
Perfect.
So
Do
we can I think we can stop it and proceed to the next one. We have collected some.
Yes, looks like you need to click again on the presentation.
Yes.
And see. Okay, you want to start with an information security assessment. That's the last one.
Excellent. Yesterday. That's not my words. Someone wrote it. ASAP yesterday, last week. Okay, so I see a pattern here. August ASAP immediately. Okay, we see a pattern here already.
Okay.
So
Oh, sorry.
I don't
No,
think
that
this
was my fault now.
No worries, no worries. I don't think that this will change. So as soon as possible. Okay. Good.
Okay. Now it's time for answers, at least our answers that were already planted in the presentation. When enough is enough. As a safety expert, you know it, because it's all about potential impact on aviation safety. One mentioned the residual risk or the acceptable risks. We know that we fly airplanes with a certain carrying, let's say, with us a certain risk, residual risk while flying. So there's no situation where there is zero risk. And in aviation, so our safety culture is built, it's all built on that. So you know it. The second question was about the link, if I remember, between
How safety general deals with threats.
With threats, exactly. The link between threat and safety. Yeah, of course, we can accept different, slightly different answers, and it's all heading in the direction that there is a link between information security threats that may create, say, effects on safety assets that materializes in a safety effect. And one way to see this graphically is this failure tree analysis adapted to cyber threats. And how to determine the correct assurance level? Well, it's again all related to the hazard assessment, and this idea of organizational hazard assessment. The higher the risk, the higher should be the assurance for that particular risk management. The more thorough the scrutiny, the more broader the evidence is that the risk has been correctly analyzed, and all the badly littered corner have been instead, say, lighted sufficiently. And finally, the when to start with the risk assessment? Well, it's not only a pure matter of time. Yesterday, it could be also an interesting answer, is when you have established the link with the safety community, when you have started your dialogue. You cannot act in isolation. So it makes sense that the risk assessment is started with the information, the safety risk assessment, or as a consequence of an initial impact analysis, safety impact analysis. Otherwise, it could be a sterile activity or an activity later on should be rediscussed largely with the safety community. So that was it. Cyril, can you come? Can you come, please? I think that these are the last word to remind our friend.
Yeah.
I don't know how I made it through this presentation. It was out.
This is good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Davide. Thank you, Cyril. Thank you, Jean-Paul, for sharing with us your wisdom, and we will keep your words with us. And I hope they will be enlightening for all of us who have to start now the journey of Part IS. So now it's time to continue with the agenda, and I would like to invite Gerardo Nardiello from Lufthansa Cargo to share his thoughts and what they have done at Lufthansa Cargo to address this safety regulation.
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. And I guess I have a very difficult now task to start after all the insights we've been having from Jean-Paul. Really appreciated. I had the opportunity to meet him in preparation for this, and I really appreciated his thoughts and insights. Secondly, I would like to thank very much EASA for inviting Lufthansa Cargo to present its journey through Part IS. It's such an honor and pleasure to present to such a distinguished audience. And I would like also to thank you for inserting our presentation into the session with the headline Part IS and Information Security or Safety Regulation, because this brought me back a bit to the old days of my university. So I had a little bit a touch of my out by getting into this when one of the famous dilemma in physics was presented to us. You know, the duality between the light, whether it was a wave or a particle. And this kept the scientists busy for an extremely long time until in about 1 century ago, in 1927, finally, it was decided that actually it's neither a wave or a particle, or actually it's both. And the insight which came through that was not only that light is both a wave and a particle, but actually the most important insight we get from that is that the question itself maybe was wrong. And I think that today, when we look into aviation, we face a pretty similar false dichotomy. Is that system failure that we deal with a safety hazard or a security vulnerability? And I guess that maybe also in this case, we might be asking the wrong question. When we think about a cyber attack, and a cyber attack that can cause an aircraft to lose altitude, when a single line of malicious code can trigger a physical catastrophe, when our flight management systems are both mechanical marvels, but at the same time digital networks, I think we can no longer afford to think in silos. So what I'm going to give you an account of is the journey that we did within Lufthansa Cargo to try to break these silos, which were basically existing between two separate worlds, two separate hubs. Now, the goal was pretty clear since the very beginning. You know, what we wanted to achieve is a unified and effective integration between two completely distinct yet interdependent hubs. And which were the hubs that we had? Pretty much these two. We had an information security hub, very well established within the organization since several years, because it had its governance, its framework, its set of processes and procedures, underwent ISO 27001 accreditation for all of the aviation-related safety assets. So there was a very strong way to start with. And then we had our operations hub. And the operations hub is what I come from, so I'm, let's say, sentimentally attached to it, which was articulated through a set of processes and procedures established to ensure the safety of flight, articulated according to the European framework. And if we go into the safety management system side of it, basically composed of safety policies and objectives, safety risk management, safety assurance, and safety promotion. Well, the key question was, how do we connect them? And I'm not going to hide that while the goal was very clear, the methodology to try to get this connection wasn't easy at all. And in fact, you know, when in the first attempt towards implementation of Part IS, we tried to go for what we thought at that time was the easiest way to get it implemented. Well, if we can close the circle within the InfoSec hub, that would be very easy. Did we succeed? Well, I guess I wouldn't be here to present our approach to Part IS implementation if we would have been able to close the circle within the InfoSec hub. Second attempt, what would we try to do? We started to say, okay, let's start with something practical. Let's try to identify assets which are relevant. So in connection between operations and the InfoSec team, we started looking into all of the assets. We took all of our manuals and handbooks and we started going, okay, process by process, trying to identify the assets. Good, now the assets were identified. How do we determine whether they were safety relevant? And actually there we came to a point where we got stuck again. We had to go back to the drawing board. And what did we come up with? Well, we said, why don't we try taking all of our safety expertise? And actually we went at the core of our safety expertise. We looked at our hazards. We looked at our top events. We looked at the experience we had with keeping aircraft safe. And we tried to ask ourselves a simple question. The question was, what if the physical risks we deal with would have digital triggers? And trying to answer this question created some kind of a Copernican revolution into the way we actually looked into our risk scenario and how we tried to approach then Part IS implementation. So what did we do? Just trying to move forward. I guess I need... Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay, it's good. Good. So how did we do? We articulated it into 8 steps, or at least what I'm going to show you is, let's say, the core process of our integration. Which are these steps? Hazard identification, assets identification, interfaces, CIA, then RTO and RPO, handover, InfoSec link, and feedback loop. What do I mean with that? Well, the starting point, as we said, was the very core of our safety management system. Oh, that was too fast, right? I would say. So the very core of our safety management system, which was the hazard identification. Actually, we know what is safety relevant because within our safety management system, we manage hazards since a long time. And how were we used to manage these hazards? We were creating a list of these hazards. We were assessing the risks connected to that. According to the framework which we were establishing for our operations, we were then conducting an evaluation of inherent risk, determining if and where mitigation actions were needed, and then based on the evaluation of the effectiveness of these mitigation actions, deciding which was the residual risk and whether this was acceptable. But what was the issue that we were coming up with? That this was a process that was opening and closing within operations without any involvement of the information security hub, meaning that the question that we started with, what if these risks would have digital triggers, could not be answered through this. But what if we would start associating to this process what we learned from the assets identification? So the next step was to associate to the hazards that we knew and we were controlling, the assets which were relevant for that particular hazard that we wanted to control. And by the way, as you know, you don't do work for nothing. What we did actually proved to be useful at this stage because the connection was relatively easy then to make. And then what else? There was another aspect that had to be explored. Do we do it by ourselves, or we need other organizations that support and cooperate in managing and controlling these hazards? That's why we went into the exploration of interfaces. Now, having under control the hazard, its association to the assets, the interfaces which were involved, we were into a position to give the possibility to the risk owner of the particular hazard to define 3 fundamental dimensions. And which are these dimensions? Are the dimensions of confidentiality, integrity, and availability, which were required for the particular asset. Now, did we have to define how to do it? Actually not, because the Information Security Hub was already working according to this language. And the criteria to determine confidentiality, integrity, and availability were already there, and simply to be integrated within the framework that we were now articulating. In addition to that, and this brings us to the following step, we tried to ask one question. And the question was, what can we afford to lose in case something goes wrong? Which is the amount of information that we can afford to lose? And this led us to add to the evaluation of RTO and RPO one other very fundamental element, to the definition of CIA, another fundamental element, which was the RTO and the RPO, the required time objective and the required point objective. Recovery time objectives and recovery point objective. With this information, we were then ready to make an handover. And to whom were we doing this handover? It became key the position that we appointed within the organization. We needed someone which would be a connection between the two worlds. We wanted to create a bridge between the Information Security Hub and the Operations Hub. And for that purpose, we defined a position called Appointed Person Information Security, which would have basically which role? The role to get from the risk owner the declaration of what the operations is expecting from the Information Security Hub. Meaning, given this hazard, the connection to the particular assets, the requirement of confidentiality, integrity, and availability, which needs to be established, are this, and that. The requirements in terms of RTO and RPO are the following ones. And appointed person information security would be the one going into the Information Security Hub to ensure this is actually fulfilled. But that's not the only role that the appointed person information security has within the organization. Because we need, in addition to that, to know what happens in case the requirements which we have established cannot be fulfilled. What happens if there is a vulnerability which is identified? What happens if there is a cyber attack? How are we going to deal with? And there, the appointed person information security has a key role. First, the role to advise operations that something is going wrong. Secondly, to put it into a plain language, because coming from operations, I am not conversant with the IT jargon, which can come from the Information Security Hub. What I need to know is what is the impact into operations to get the ability to put in place the actions which are needed. Do I need to ground the aircraft for 1 day? Do I need to ground the entire fleet? Can I rely on only a certain amount of data? These are the information which I actually need. But also, we need to make sure that the two systems work always close together. And we need to create a feedback loop, which goes into the involvement of, for example, the appointed person information security into the safety review board, the inclusion of an information security management system review to be conducted on a periodic basis to ensure that there is a close connection between these two worlds. And pretty much this was the articulation that we tried to establish within our organization. And I loved very much the sentence which was in the presentation of John Paul, which was saying everything is connected to everything else. Because I was doing some research in preparing this presentation, and I was coming across a sentence from Marcus Aurelius, which was saying, for the ones of you who like ancient Greek, there's also the Greek version of it, but the English translation, not literally, would be frequently consider the connection of all things in the universe and their relation to one another. For in a manner, all things are implicated with one another, and all in this way are friendly to one another. For one thing comes in order after another, and this is by virtue of the active movement and mutual sympathy and the unity of the substance. I believe that in today's interconnected world, information security can no longer be an isolated function. It must be woven into the very fabric of how we operate. The Part IS implementation effort, which I tried shortly to illustrate, was for us an opportunity to build bridges, ultimately between departments, between different disciplines, and last but not least, between people. We have a motto in Lufthansa Cargo. We say Lufthansa Cargo networking the world. Well, the approach that we took towards Part IS implementation reminded us that the greatest strength lies in the connections we make, and what we try to do also within Part IS implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gerardo. There will be possibilities afterwards for questions, and we carry on now with another organization. I would like to invite Alessio Piroli from Secondo Mona. I would like also to clarify that it's purely by chance that the first three speakers were Italian. It is something that came because of the topics, not because of the nationalities, including mine. And anyway, you will see there will be other nationalities represented. This is also, for me, the opportunity to say, if you have interesting experience to share, talk to me, and the next time you will be here sharing your experience. Alessio, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Gian Andrea. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We welcome the EASA invitation EASA to share our journey towards the ISMS implementation. I thank the EASA. Sorry. Okay.
You need
No.
to. Oh, no. You clicked the wrong one. Okay.
Is the wrong. Okay. Okay. Sorry.
No. Human factor. So
Human factor.
there was no briefing and mishap happened. So you click this one.
There's a lot of technology involved today.
Security threat.
Back.
That was inadvertent. There was no way.
Inadvertent click.
So we are in the benign line.
Okay.
Okay, now it's right.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. First of all, a brief presentation of Secondo Mona. Secondo Mona is an Italian company founded in 1903 by Mr. Secondo Mona. The name of Secondo Mona is the name of our founder, which opened in 1903 a bike shop, a repair shop in Somma Lombardo in the northern Italy. Some years later, after the opening of the company, Mr. Mona begins to repair also aircraft engine, and toward the years start also the production line for carburetors, fuel tanks, fuel pump, and so on. Today, after more than 120 years of activities, the company, which still belongs to the Mona founder family, is a global space supplier in the aerospace market about fuel system, with also production line for fuel management system, landing gear components, and also for landing gear hydraulic equipment, with 340 employees in the only site of Somma Lombardo in the northern Italy. This is our certification, production EASA Part 21 POA, EN 9100, and for maintenance MOE and the UK MOE, with also the FAA repair station. In the cybersecurity environment, we are certified since 2022, 27001 certified, and we recently upgraded the certification to the new version of 27001 certification. In this slide, I summarize the Secondo Mona vision about the information safety management system. For us, the implementation of the ESMS is, first of all, a strategic process. The ESMS is a project that comes our company into the future. It allows also cost reduction, the elimination of also the reduction of the indirect cost related to the security, non-security, and non-safety cost. Is also an opportunity to review, improve procedure with an improvement of general procedure of the company. And also an opportunity to improve communication because the ESMS introduced new communication channels, new input, more dissemination, and more topics to disseminate among the companies. We have imagined the ISMS implementation as a composition of two bricks. The first brick is our safety management system. Our safety management system integrated for every company certification. We have established internally a safety review board and a safety action group in place. We have established a dedicated area in our PLM for the ESMS communication. We accompany our safety management system by a strong safety promotion. For example, we create a dedicated logo for all the documentation belonging to the safety management system. We have organized a contest for the employees' children to choose a mascot. The winning mascot is the seagull, pilot seagull, coming from the company logo from Secondo Mona, and is used in our all safety promotion material. We have also organized a webinar for suppliers for our supply chain. 1, 2, 3 webinar in order to share our intention and our principle of your SMS. At today, we can be considered that SMS implementing Secondo Mona reach a good maturity level with all this action. The second brick is constituted by the information security system coming from our certification ISO 27001. We are certified as 27001 since 2022. We are classified all the information among the company in 4 levels: confidential, restricted, internal, and general use, according to a color: red for confidential, orange for restricted, yellow for internal, and green for general use, in order to classify every information come across and externally our organization. We have established some information security policy, for example, a clear desk policy. No storage media allowed in the desk, in a locked cabinet, and the clean screen policy. When you leave your workstation, we have to lock the screen. We have a strict password management policy for every system. We have a strict password management with the rules that change in order to avoid some attack. We have also introduced a business continuity model. We have vulnerability tests periodically made, and we consider that our yes is a good maturity level achieved today. These 2 bricks constitute the basis for the Part AS implementation, with the aim to create an imaginary wall, comprehend safety and security. In detail, in terms of risk management process, the information security management introduced the business risk management. The ESMS is linked to the safety risk management that together we merge in the information security management system in the management of the security risk with impact on aviation safety. How can reach this action? We started to think the implementation of ESMS since the SMS implementation in December 2022. We made 2 steps during the implementation of SMS. Our ICT cybersecurity manager has been nominated member of SMS Safety Action Group from the beginning. And secondly, we have reserved a section in our hazard log with evaluation of hazard related to information security, which could be in the aviation safety. So actually, our hazard log include a section dedicated to cybersecurity. And this is the hook for our SMS to implement an information security management system inside. This is our road to ISMS. We established this roadmap comprising the participation of EASA Part ES workshop 2024-2025. We have updated our ISO 27001 certification to the version 2022 in April 2025. And starting from next month with the consolidation of company manual, we are preparing for the deadline of October and February for the implementation in POE and MOE. So this is our cornerstone for our strategy in order to implement our ESMS. These 4 pillars: ESMS provision, introducing the existing manual framework, MOE, POE, SMM, and ESMM. We are expected to not prepare an additional manual. So we have all the bricks, we have all the instruments. We need only to update the manual framework that we have. We have a plan to design a common system for MOE and POE, fully integrating SMS, a cross-link very, very close to our safety management system. We also planning to extend our voluntary reporting system also to SMS. We have created a simple form called Hazard Event Reporting Occurrence Form, HERO form, with a name easy to remember, in order to make available this form and to make as simple the indication of problem, the indication of occurrence coming in our company. And the safety promotion system implemented for SMS will also stand for ISMS. For SMS promotion, this our point of our plan. A wide dissemination of company information security policy. An internal communication system. We have an internal communication newsletter, ESMN News, in order to share all the information. We have planned the installation of SMS post in the production area. We make a periodical survey in order to check the level of safety culture inside our company. And we are also thinking to the company event for the promotion of SMS and SMF. For example, with the summer, we are thinking to an open air event in July for our employees. But the most important thing in order to have a success for our idea in ESMS promotion is the training. Because for our vision is crucial, the training to all the personnel, providing all the information to the personnel by internal trainers. This is an example of safety promotion leaflet which I recently prepared for the introduction of the concept of security versus the safety. The message we included in a speech bubble with our seagull mascot and is placed in some key points across the facility, relaxation area, entrance, production area, and so on. With the message inside the bubble that is bi-weekly change in order to introduce new topics across the time. Then the implementation of SMS coming in Secondo Mona after some security issue recently detected. In 2024, we had detected some issues, some problems, some attack to our system. The first is the phishing. Phishing is daily phishing. But 2 other events, important events, are to take place to remarkable events. A domain abuse. We have noticed a domain abuse. We are discovered by our ICT some domains very similar to the secondomona.com registered for unknown entities, secondomona.net, secondomona.com, and so on. And second, we are also detecting some pretexting case, false Secondo Mona emails sent to our customer from hacked Secondo Mona address with false invoice, but in some cases also with false technical data attached. And this is an example of a case that, if could not detect, could have been potentially impact on aviation safety. All the issue are brain prompting detect, and all the measures be carried out in order to avoid this problem. So the question is, what to work on mailing? This is the question that we pose us during the first brainstorming for ISMS implementation. So during our session, we analyze all the situation. We analyze also the scenario of Secondo Mona. Secondo Mona is not a big manufacturer, is not a big airline, is a production and maintenance organization with not a lot of employees, with only one site and so on. And from another point of view, you consider the most important item for us is to work on the user, because the user is the main actor of these topics. You can use the best antivirus. You can install the best firewall. You can make everything at information security level. But if you not increase the awareness of the user, all this defense could be vain. So, for our opinion, working on the user with training, with poster, with dissemination of policy is the best action. So, our best mitigation barrier, we could be summarized with 3 simple sentences. Number 1, your data protect. Number 2, ongoing vigilance. Number 3, user awareness. Or, in other words, the best mitigation is you. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much, Alessio. Thank you very much, Secondo Mona, for this very interesting presentation. Before we break for lunch, I have a request for those who are using Slido to send questions. Please only use Slido to send questions. No statements, no request for confirmation. This is not what it is for. If you want to ask request of confirmation or that your statement or your understanding is correct, please take the floor if you're here, and then we can have a discussion or approach any of us. We just would like to receive plain questions. Having said that, I think we all deserve a good coffee. So we have 30 minutes of coffee break, and we will resume at 11:30. Thank you very much. Thank you for being back on time. Before proceeding, I need to check that all the technology is synchronized. The clicker is okay. Good. So now we start digging in one of the topics that are generating most questions, particularly in the initial applicability journey. So proportional implementation, and particularly how organizations that are not that big like the two ones that we have just heard, Secondo Mona and Lufthansa Cargo, can cope with implementation of Part IS. I remember to all of you that we have a cross-cut at 2,000 kilograms. So if you are manufacturing or maintaining aircraft up to 2,000 kilograms, you are exempted. But above this threshold, there are a lot of questions coming up. And here we have, again, 3 presentations coming from 3 different perspectives. And I would like to start with Dan Banya from ECOGAS, which is the European Council of General Aviation Support. Dan, welcome. So to move this one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
yeah,
please.
Thank you. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is what is written about me in the bio, and a wonderful photo. I like it. And again, who am I? Yes, I'm the Vice President of ECOGAS, European Council of General Aviation Support. I'm the Secretary General of Danish Aviation Association. I'm a retired Army officer, a generalist, and not a specialist, and nor an expert. And I'm representing views of a large part of the general aviation segment, inclusive IIOPA, and it is also coordinated with the GA CSTG. So, this one? That's, no. Yeah. So that, yes, that should be the one, yeah. Technology. Well, it seems not to be my, my favorite. Well, this is what I would like to walk you through. These 4 boxes. The challenge. How do the small and medium enterprises fit into Part IS? Challenges could be a lack of clarity on the expected requirements and an overlap with other information security regulations. Small and medium enterprises have been used to tackle operational and maintenance issues in their risk analysis. But cyber is something new, even abstract compared to what small and medium enterprises know today. They don't know the guidelines the competent authority has received from EASA is not giving out to them. SMEs also need information about the elements to be assessed by the authority to better understand how SMEs fit into the Part IS. I have seen the list of elements to be assessed by the authority. It is not an easy list for small and medium enterprises whose main objective is to run the daily operation. This list must be made operational for these small and medium enterprises. Well, they should not reinvent the deep plate. Authorities already have information about them. So what is missing when we deal with Part IS? That's a question. This is a fact. Feedback is very limited at this stage because the daily business takes priority over something that will happen next year for most of them. The bottom 2 areas, that's a good news because if you are there, you are exempted if you only deal with the aircraft under 2,000 kilo. But what about aircraft over 2,000 kilo? 2,050 kilo, 2,100 kilo, 2,000, yeah. I think it is a valid question to raise. And for this, it is a concern for some. Is there a way of proportionality over these 2,000 kilos, or are they set in concrete? Well, yes, apply for derogation. I'll come to that. But is there a remarkable difference in the security requirements just about 2,000 kilo? Part IS gives the possibility to apply for a derogation, but the process is resource demanding, and for small and medium enterprises with only a few administrative staff, it is overwhelming. It should be possible for non-experts to make an application, and the guidance material should facilitate. It struck me when I was preparing this event that in the guidelines for authorities, dated 2024, it says that if in doubt, the competent authority should refrain from granting a derogation. No, ladies and gentlemen, that is too easy. Turn it around. If in doubt, the competent authority must request the information missing or needed to give a full and well-documented argument for not granting derogation. A few conclusions. It is very early in the process, so all what I can say is we are still not there and able to give lessons learned. We are waiting for the authorities to issue guidance on the implementation of Part IS. It is not there, and we cannot just do it in isolation. There is a gray zone about the 2,000 kilo. Derogation can be used in such cases, yes. But let me just add that we also need guidance about how to make a risk assessment within this completely new area or sphere, cybersecurity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. And now continuing the discussion about proportionality from very small to rather big. I'm very happy to welcome Tom Stewart, the Director of Cybersecurity at Ryanair. Forward.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, good morning, everyone. So thank you for EASA for inviting me to present here and give our update on our position on Part IS, because it's an important regulation and something that we're working towards. Just from me, as I'm Director of Cybersecurity at Ryanair. I've 20 years experience in aviation. I mainly come from a technical background, so initially looking after the flight operation systems, engineering systems, the IT, and then transitioning into cybersecurity. So as I said, I'm technical. Usually when I have to deal with compliance or regulations, I get goosebumps and cold sweats, but it's something we have to deal with anyway. Right, so what I want to just go over today is, we're talking about complexity. I think Ryanair, as you see, are probably the top end of the scale for complexity, and we have a lot of challenges there. I want to describe briefly our cybersecurity strategy, how we deal with cybersecurity, how we've built it, and how that relates to our compliance obligations. Look at where we are with Part IS, the implementation, and our current progress, and forward the challenges. I say we're on a journey. We're not complete yet, and I say maybe there will be a lot more questions out of this as well that are discussion points. So Ryanair, sorry. So as cybersecurity, you're responsible for the Ryanair group, which it consists of 5 different airlines. So we've Ryanair, DAC, Ryanair UK, Malta Air, Buzz, Lauda Europe. We operate in 37 different countries, 230 airports, 84 bases. So that's 3,600 flights per day. We have 6 heavy maintenance facilities located throughout Europe, 4 training centres located throughout Europe, and 27,000 employees plus. Plus, our supply chain, we have a huge supply chain, which is, I think at the moment, it's over 5,000 active vendors and up to 10,000 that are in the system altogether. So from a cybersecurity point of view, it's a massive challenge. From a safety point of view, it's a massive challenge. Safety, I think in Ryanair is the #1 priority, as everyone in the company would say. We have a well-defined, well-structured safety department. It's been there for a long time. They've amazing processes. It's something that cyber team have learned from. Cyber, not as mature, not as old. We're 10 years since we set up the cybersecurity team. So two separate processes. We deal with cyber risk, safety to deal with safety risk, and obviously part IS is part of the challenges implementing the two of them are collaboration. So how do we manage cybersecurity? Well, from the start, I think it was about 10 years ago, I was given the task to set up a cybersecurity department. So I think at that stage, it was mainly driven by compliance, PCI, GDPR. There was a lot of regulations came on. The business decided that they need to, we need a cybersecurity team to manage these. Me being a technical, looked at a different way. We looked at the regulations and said, well, what's our priority here? So we decided our priority was to protect the business systems, the staff, and the customers. So rather than follow regulations, we decided to look at it in a structured way. So, create a baseline for security. So initially we settled on the CIS controls, 20 critical controls. So the idea was to create a security baseline, get an assessment, look at the gaps, and create a roadmap so we have a proper side of where we need to improve, what are the risks in the company. So over the years, we've gone through a constant cycle. We've moved now to the NIST framework, and now more recently NIST 2 framework. So it's a constant cycle of improvements. So every 2 years, we get a third-party reputable cyber consultant. They come in, give us a maturity assessment. We look at the gaps. We make a plan, a roadmap of what areas need to improve in our cybersecurity. So the idea is that rather than following compliance, we follow our strategy, and then what we do is we map to the compliance regulations, and that's a strategy that's worked well over the years. My opinion, compliance doesn't make security, so they're important, but I think this approach is I feel is better rather than following regulations. So we've done that through all the other regulations, and for part IS, it's similar. Obviously, there's this part IS has brought different challenges. So where we are at the moment, we have a good mature cyber process. These are the current services we provide to business, from network security, endpoint protection. We have our own purpose-built SIEM. We have our internal SOC, incident response. The non-technical services, we do awareness training. So we're at a pretty mature level. Again, this probably meets most of our compliance regulations. But I think from a cyber team, where we lack is, we concentrate on cyber incidents. We don't have the expertise in safety. So that's the big gap for us. We have a mature vulnerability management process. We do threat intel. We have a risk treatment process where we identify risk, mitigate risk, and obviously risk acceptance is escalated through the business. But up to now, there's been no sort of interaction, or we don't consider risk as safety. We consider critical risk or non-critical risk. So for part IS, where are we now? So I suppose the first step for part of yes was defining the scope. Obviously, we have a good maturity level for cybersecurity. So what's the difference between, obviously, part of yes introduces like the safety risk. So as a cyber team, again, we have no knowledge of safety. And I think likewise with the safety departments, they lack the knowledge of cybersecurity. So what should be in scope for these regulations that we're not already covering? So part of that was, reaching out to the different departments, getting an inventory of systems, get their feedback on what systems to use, what they consider to be a risk, and putting that all together so we could sort of develop some sort of tagging system of the systems that should be considered for safety. Because, I mean, obviously, we have a complex environment and not every system would have a safety impact. So it's important for us to define for these regulations and for safety, which systems need to be considered. The roles and responsibilities, again, our safety departments are very mature, well structured. They have their own roles and responsibilities for safety. Obviously, we have to see where we have to fit, cyber as a cyber team, where we fit into them. So we can't just go in and, change what they've already, their process they have in place at the moment. So that's something that we've had to define with the different departments and the business and make sure we identify those roles and responsibilities for cyber within that process. And then what we've just completed was mapping the IES requirements with the NIS2 framework, which we follow. So we've gone through that process we have a list of all of our controls. We've mapped it as much as we can to the part IES framework. And then the idea then is to perform a gap analysis. What are we missing? What's the tasks we're missing? What's the areas that we need to improve on? And then out of that, then what we hope in the next month or two is to have our first draft of the ISMM so that we can share with the safety department team, and it has to map what's already in process for the safety team. So next steps, risk management. So obviously the safety department have a mature risk assessment for addressing safety risks. As cyber, we have a risk assessment, but we don't traditionally consider a risk as a safety risk. So how do we integrate that in the two processes? Obviously, we don't want to change the safety process, so it's a case of how do we identify safety risk and feed it into the overall safety risk management process. Triage. I mean, how we have a SOC team. They probably triage, I don't know, a couple of thousand alerts per day. Not all of them are safety risks. Cyber is slightly different than safety. How do we triage and how do we identify which ones are potentially safety? So that's a process that we're going through at the moment. Again, events and incidents. When does an incident or event become a safety issue that we have to report into the safety department? Again, and then working on the reporting structure. Obviously, we have to work with our competent authority and report any instance. So when do we report these incidents? Because from a vulnerability point of view, there's every day there's new vulnerabilities. The risk landscape for cyber changes constantly. It's not like a safety risk, it's a moving target. So we can't be reporting everything in. So we have to define what needs to be reported and what's a safety incident. And then again, preparing our first draft of the ISMM is an important step. And we may want to make sure that aligns with the safety manuals that are already in place, same sort of format, so that the safety and compliance people understand it as well. The other part which is really important then is training. As I said, as a cyber team, we have no experience in safety. We're cybersecurity, a team of experts in cybersecurity. Likewise, the safety department are struggling because they don't understand cyber, and they're sort of reaching out to us. What do we do with this? They're getting requests from their local authorities to update them on part IES. They don't know what to do. So one of the main steps is that we're developing from our part is cybersecurity training for the safety people. I think from cyber, we sort of work centralized, where the safety departments are more distributed among the different sites. So the idea is for us to give them the knowledge on cyber, maybe create cyber experts or cyber champions. So we can train them, we can provide training for them so they can identify cyber risks. So they have a knowledge where at least they can identify something and report it. Obviously, the next challenge then there is asset management. I mean, we've a massive network. Which systems could potentially have a safety risk? I mean, is there a way we can tag the system so that the SOC team or the force responders can say, okay, this is the vulnerability in this system, or as an instance, this is the safety risk, so that we can escalate it in a different way. So that's something we're trying to work on at the moment. Okay, some of the challenges, obviously complexity. The regulations are, I mean, they're different than normal regulations. Obviously, safety is complex. It's complex for the cyber department. It's complex for the safety department, and trying to, there's a lot of misinterpretation, and it's trying to decipher that and break it down into a manageable understanding between different departments. I say staff training and awareness, again, that's key. We provided the training, the cyber security training for the safety people, and likewise, the cyber team, we have to get update on avionics systems, maintenance systems. So part of that process, is a risk assessment, is visiting the bases. So actually going to bases, sitting down with the maintenance staff and the safety staff, going through all the processes to see if we can identify any areas where potentially there's a safety impact from a IT system that we're not aware of. And even processes, what's the process? How do they store the equipment that updates the software on the aircraft? Is that a secure process? Is there any way, cyber can help to improve that process? The other challenge then in aviation, I think anyone involved, is legacy systems. There's a lot of issues where legacy systems where we can't fix problems. There's risks around there. How do we deal with that? Maybe the regulations will help us. It'll force maybe vendors that provide these systems to fix a lot of the problems that are there and eliminate some of the risks. Establishing cybersecurity culture, again, it's just changing the culture around maybe all our maintenance and technical people to understand the risk from cyber and or the potential risk from cyber, so that we get that. I think it's building up a trust relationship between different departments, so that, I mean, there's been a lack of integration. Maybe they don't realize what we do. They don't trust us. So it's building the collaboration, the trust between the departments. I think that's an important part. And again, when does a cyber risk become a safety risk? Because we have to deal with probably thousands of vulnerabilities on our systems. We get a lot of alerts. So what's the point where we have to integrate that? Because we can't report everything, because it'll be overwhelming. So when does it become, what constitutes a risk to safety is something that we have to define, and it's a challenge for us. So that's it. I mean, if the questions later on, or if anyone wants to have a chat with me or go through anything, again, it was just a high level view of where we are with Part IS. So.
Thank you, Tom. As we have a few minutes still available, we can open the floor for questions directly to Tom. Is there any? So we are coming with the microphone.
Hi, Tom. Thank you very much for the presentation. Just if you can elaborate on the last point in terms of when does a cyber risk become a safety risk? I think we've been pondering about this ourselves as well. Any insights to your discussions or what your plan is, how to deal with it? Thank you.
Yeah, as I say, for cyber, we have a process where we have an incident or a vulnerability. So we have a triage process. So we have vulnerability gets patched and it's fixed. An incident we investigate it, we triage it. So when do we have to report? I suppose really it's if it's like a residual risk, then on a system that maybe the business can't fix or there's no patch for, maybe that's the stage there, and it's a critical system. So maybe that's the stage where we put it into the safety risk process, and they review that from, because I would know the impact. I mean, I can tell you what the likelihood is, or the threat, but the impact on the system is probably best for the safety people. They can say, well, if that happens, this is a potential safety. I haven't got that information, so maybe that's the stage where we feed into the safety risk process. But like, you could have when is a safety risk? If somebody compromises your domain, your Active Directory, is that a safety risk? Because potentially could be if they with lateral movements, but I don't think that's probably the stage to. I think if it gets to safety systems, maybe. So I don't know. It's.
What I was basically trying to say was that one of the discussions that we internally had was, as you said, impact and severe likelihood and impact of it.
Yeah.
We were thinking of another third dimensional factor in which cybersecurity comes in, but then it could also have a similar thing, impact and the severe likelihood and impact of the cybersecurity aspect.
Yeah.
When does those two things then result into the safety aspect is something we were trying to figure out, but I think we were probably thinking of having a grid where you have the positive and X and Y with the negatives and the positives, and then trying to assess. But I mean, I just thought maybe if I have an insight, and we can probably just make use of it. But yeah, I agree with that. It's a challenge.
I mean, I think at the moment, if it's a critical system, it doesn't matter whether it's safe, we have to deal with it and we have to report to business anyway. Like, it's not a case we ignore anything anyway, but again, maybe safety is different, like, I mean, that's the first step. Maybe if we have if we suspect that it's possibly a safety, maybe it just goes into that, and then the safety department will say, oh no, that's okay, or, they say, oh, we need to consider this. But like...
Tom, are you considering the historical event data to create a list of potential risks, basically, which you can analyze for your risk assessment?
Historical data is historical cyber
Events or any events, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully we don't have any historical. We try to, I mean, obviously, if there's any residual risk there, that's already been accepted by the business, yes, yeah, and it relates to a system, yeah, we'd have to consider that. I mean, risk is certain things, there's a risk tolerance, and we can't fix everything, and sometimes the business say, no, we accept that risk, but now we'd have to go back and look at the residual risk and see if there's anything that I don't think so, because I mean, it would have been, it's not that we never considered safety. I mean, it's always, I mean, I know the systems that the safety, but again, it's the reporting into the right authorities.
I just wanted to maybe, sorry, is this working? Take a step back to the roles and responsibilities and how you integrate it with the individual approvals. From the point of view of the person sitting in front of the authority, getting the approval for the Part IS, and where you see the nominated personnel and the integration with the cybersecurity, who you see as the responsible person, that sort of interlink between cyber and safety, and who is ultimately responsible within the organization.
Yeah, I think, I mean, there is a structure there for safety. Our safety department have all these, they have them people in place, but cyber now, there's obviously, we have to have somebody in there from the cyber point of view. Like, I mean, we don't want to replace what's already there, but it's not, again, it's something we still have to work on. We haven't got the final approval, but I mean, obviously I think from a cyber point of view, I probably responsible for cyber, and then that fits in with the rest of them. Again, it's something that we haven't defined, but it can be a lot of politics as well involved in that, and people don't like, so we have to be sure. We don't want to. Our job isn't to change things. Our job is just to integrate, make sure that the safety risk is considered in the cyber part. So whatever that is, we'll have that defined shortly. I think that's a high level discussion.
We have a good one from Slido.
How is the integration of the How is the integration of SMS and ISMS at Ryanair? Two different teams working close to each other, or one team?
Can you read louder?
How is the integration of SMS and ISMS at Ryanair? Two different teams working close to each other, or one team, or?
No, we're working close. Yeah, we've obviously had meetings with them, so we want the format needs to be something similar. So we're trying to make sure that format. Obviously, the content is going to be slightly different, but.
Thank you. Any other question from the room? I don't see raised hands. Okay, then thank you very much, Tom. Thank you. And now I want to offer you an authority perspective on proportionality approach. And I would like to invite Mario Lenitz, a colleague from Autocontrol, the competent authority of Austria. Mario, please.
So yeah, good morning also from my side. Thank you, Gian Andrea. Yeah. We have seen now two sides from the industry where you get challenged to be that you have to implement. And we are on the other side, on the dark side of the moon, to see how you implemented it. So it's easier, but it's not right because authorities has to implement the ISMS as well. That's my first question is, yeah, this is, you see, we already have implemented, you see in the left top corner, yeah, it's TLP clear, which means it's public, you can use it. This is but my question is, are we all equal in front of Part IS? No, we are not equal. Hopefully we're not equal. This is exactly what you said. Yeah. How can you compare Ryanair with a small ATO with 2 aircraft or a small maintenance organization? The rule makers were smart. They made the first things, like already what Gian Andrea said. Oh, there are some things that are not equal. So, of course, they say, yeah, all aircraft below 2,000 kilo probably will not impact so much safety, or for those, they are maintained under Part ML, and specifically also, I think for EASA, all TCO operators are excluded because it would include a little bit more work for EASA. Otherwise, but a lot of other things. Some of them are explainable, some of them are probably a little bit right on the edge of things we are discussing about the exclusion of Part 21 for aircraft manufacturers, but not for part manufacturers. But these are things which to deal. So, but okay, it's a pity if you're not falling under these not applicabilities. What is your exit? What is your emergency exit? The derogation. You think it's your emergency exit, yeah? But don't forget, this emergency exit will lead you that you always have to comply the authority, show the authority that you are still applicable to run through the emergency exit. And you have to apply the reporting system, yeah? So this is not a full exit. Nevertheless, I will give you also a little bit of hints how we can deal with these issues. So for all the others left, which are not, which cannot make it through this exit, but which are applicable for, I will give you now an idea how you can deal if you try to implement your system. Even in the rule, as I said, rule makers are smart. They write down under number D that your ISMS has to be shall correspond with the nature and complexity of its activities and assessment of information security risks and everything. So it's quite a statement. We heard about complexity, we heard about nature of things. So we were looking in the existing safety regulations. Let's have a look in the first safety regulation. There is one, is an AMC for the authority requirements. What is specific nature and complexity? It's for 145, just as an example. So we were looking at it in the authority. Does this fit with Part IS? These complexity requirements? Probably not. Then we looked at the other requirements. We looked at organization requirements. I give you one example, observe the nature of an operator. How do you think that 10 full-time equivalents is some of complexity of IS? Yes, probably if you look at the information security items. This one, probably also not really working for it. That's why the task force made the effort to see how we deal with the proportionality, to give you a hint how you can deal with. And we just took examples. These examples are real companies. I will excuse for those companies if you have them shown them, but we found them in our workshops in these things. And we were thinking about these examples, and I said, how we deal with these if we look only on the information security side, on the complexity. So we will see a small organization, this one on the right top corner, they are producing engine mounts for aircraft, most of them LR2 aircraft, but some of them more than LR2 aircraft. A small organization, we said, okay, might be a simple IT. But how, even if he's not applicable for derogation, how the Schenken might right-size the ISMS? On the other side, on the top left corner, it's Garmin, ETSO, everything flying with full software equipped, big company, whatever it is. And on the other corner, there is one company even doesn't have any approval from our side, but is producing high critical hardware for flight controls under Airbus and Boeing. And the other one is just their scrambling aircraft. They're just approved for a 145 organization for the avionics parts they are disassembling and making in a Form 1. So different sides. So we thought about how can we deal with these examples of these organizations to make it how they shall implement Part IS. And we identified 3 new more criteria. I know everybody says, oh, no, not no more criteria, but unfortunately, the safety criteria will not fit, as we said. But at least we were convincing the safety guys in the safety management depth that they say, look, the first criteria is safety impact. Is the question, what is the impact of the organization dealing with safety? Because information security is safety. The second one is a little bit what is also there, organizational complexity. Organizational complexity is about how many people you have to train. We heard it already before. Training 27,000 people is a little bit more challenged than training, let's say, 20 people. Also, how flat your hierarchy levels are and all these things. And the third one is also very, very complex. The complexity of the information and technology. Most of it, if you have an easy information technology, it's different. Specifically, these impacts are assessed independently, and this is the big thing. Yeah, there is a specific guidance for it, but an individual applicability for each organization. So we have to assess it independently. So let's look at the impact. The first one, the proportionality consideration impact of safety. Somebody have already seen this functional chain concept. So you have to find yourself in your functional chain and to see what is my impact. This is something you have to do already, because to see, otherwise you wouldn't find to identify your hazards. If you say, okay, my impact is, let's say, negligible, then you might be a simple organization. If you can assure that your product will not cover an unsafe condition, we heard it before, yeah, single failure, then you might be simple. Otherwise, if you cannot assure that your product will not contain for an unsafe condition, you are complex in the sense of safety impact. The next independent assessment is characterized by your organization. Look at your organigram, look at those people which are involved in the sense of information security management together with safety management and those things. How many layers you have, how many hierarchies you have to go through. This is your side. Or if you're a complex organization that you need a lot of things to do, if you have facility plans, where you are situated, or even if you have a virtual organization are still existing somewhere in a physical location. It's about the processes. And the third one is about your ICT. We can see big organizations which don't have a very deep ICT support. So they are relying on simple state code-off-the-shelf software, easy things to be done. Like say, everybody is going with one of these big partners like Google, Microsoft, what they're called already them, and everything is standardized. Or you have a lot of tools, all your processes are supported by tools, your networks, you have cloud services, you have a lot of things. You're even living more in the IT world or in the virtual world than you're living in the real world. So these aspects are 3 aspects, and they said they have to be assessed individually. And that this is just an example. This is just an example. It's might not be the truth, but because we did not do as an authority, the assessment of the organizations. But look at your organization and say, okay, let's say for the organization selling used avionic products with a Form 1, the safety impact might be simple. Yeah, because Form 1, you have testing, you can test these things. The organization might be complex, a lot of organization and people, but the ICT complexity might be simple. As I said, this is just an assessment to show it, because you don't need much ICT if you just grab aircrafts. Another one like Garmin, they might be complex already in this sense. This is something which gives you the first hint how you shall deal with if you're standing just in front and say, I have no clue what to do, I have no clue what I make, just answer these 3 questions. And if you answer these 3 questions and they say, okay, in this one I'm simple, in the other way I'm complex, then the guidance material which has been developed by our task force and the EASA, which has been published in March this year, they will give you a list of controls, a list of things you have to develop the good way. This is a guidance, as we said. So if you said, please give me guidance, and you were asked for guidance, you ask for guidance, and this can be done by the small organization as well. They are just answering 3 questions. Yeah, what is my safety impact? How does my organization look like? And the other one, how does my IT look like? And if you look below your table and they say, there's just one computer, and it's just me, and I'm just doing the training. But don't forget, also ATOs have safety impact, because if you're using simulators or if you're training the pilots a wrong emergency procedure, it has safety impact. So even ATOs have safety impact. This could be the way forward for your first step, that we said, okay, just break the ice, do the assessment, and then you get a list of things to do, a to-do list, nevertheless. There is also a note, this classification, because I got a lot of questions during the things, this classification has nothing to do with your risk classification. Yeah, because you have to do a risk assessment, but having an ICT complexity of simple does not mean that you do not impose a risk. Yeah? This is why I made this notification. So that's from my side. I hope I can give you a little bit of new path for the implementation.
So we have some time for questions again before breaking for lunch. So the floor is open if there is any question from the room or from Slido. Okay, I see hands over there. And don't limit yourself also to asking question to Mario. You can also ask question to the previous speakers, to Dan and to Tom.
Just a question on the focus of where we should look at this for organization with multiple approvals. So when I'm doing the assessment of complex versus simple, should I focus on the approval level or the overall organizational level, or do you have any guidance on that?
Definitely, we are dealing with approvals. Yeah, I know we have, for instance, in Austria, we have a company who is they're producing aircraft engines, but the aircraft engines are just only a very few part of the big plant. So in this case, you should look on the science how we deal with the aircraft engines and not to deal with all the engines they're producing in this plant. So this is about scope and this scope to go there.
Would you?
Yes, yeah.
Would you therefore envisage a possibility where maybe the same organization, but with different approval, can be considered as complex in some instances and as simple in other instances? Typically, I don't know, an organization holding an AOC, holding a CAMO, holding a Part 145, holding an ATO, and maybe one certification of them due to the set of activities be considered as simple?
Yeah, definitely yes on the first criteria, because if you're, let's say, if you're producing different, if your parts you are producing are not critical parts, but in other areas you have some safety impact. Yeah, well, I think dealing with maintenance organization and production organization, if you're producing critical parts, then in this sense you might be there. The ICT, hopefully, if you have the same ICT system, then they might be the same. Yeah, but also it is also the case you have a big production organization, but a very small design organization. I will deal with give you the example of Austrian Airlines. Yeah, Austrian Airlines has 7 approvals, and they have also a DOA approval for repairs. So the design organization of the Austrian Airlines is very small. The operator of Austrian Airlines, by the way, is big. Yeah. So in those cases, yes, it's approval cited. Nevertheless, if you share an information security management system, in this case, would always be the highest, which means that you are overshooting in some areas. Yeah, but nevertheless, it would be the best, because it doesn't make sense for the design organization to make a different information security management system than for the 145. Yeah? So in those senses, yes, thank you for the question. It needs to be assessed on different levels, but then if you assess it, then you take the highest.
I have one question, just out of curiosity. Stefan Schmidt from Hams Aviation.
Yeah.
As several thousand companies are affected by this, have you received any applications so far? And if, what is the main problem with them? If there's any problem to share, quality-wise or content?
You mean applications for
Yes.
for Part IS? We are in, let's say, in the pre-application phase. Yeah, and I can give you an additional hint on the side specifically for derogations. What I hope, if you assess yourself 3 times simple, and if you look at our process for derogations in our guidance material, there's this pre-assessment phase. So for all of those, if they do a real or true assessment on themselves, and you assess you 3 times simple, then you should approach your authority and say, look, this is, are we applicable for a derogation in this pre-assessment process? And for the others, we have talks. We have not pilot in Austria. We do not have a pilot case for big organization, but we are dealing with one of those organizations. I have already shown we are dealing with to be a pilot for exactly this assessment, but with the aim to probably get the derogation for them. Yeah. So in this case, there are some experience, but not many.
Okay, for those who are not excluded, for those who are not excluded with a derogation, did you receive any applications so far, and did they have problems? Or is there anything that we can take away from this session as not something not to do or something to include into an application?
To be honest, I have not, but there are some other authorities. We in Austria have not received, let's say, we received some applications, but not something where we understand that that they have some issues. We are now in the phase we already started the communication with the industry. In this industry is interested. So Austro Control, we have a training organization here as well. So we introduced training for accountable managers according to 240. So we issued now initiatives in communicating with them, offering training via our training organization, and also in parallel training our inspectors. This is the way, but I definitely direct to your answer, no.
Thank you.
I don't see hands from the floor, but we have something from Slido. Angeliki.
Will EASA or national CAAs provide templates or examples to help especially smaller organizations implement Part IS? Maybe we can describe a little bit of what exists in terms of guidelines.
So we, for the time being, provided guidelines that were issued last year in July, and they are available on the cybersecurity community on the EASA website, and now you will see where to see it. And then regarding templates, these regarding EASA are in the process of being prepared. I know that at least one authority has prepared templates for application and for derogations. What we would like also to have, and so far we didn't have the time to develop, is a kind of standardized risk assessment for small organizations, those that are in the gray area that Dan mentioned. So above 2,000, but with still some size of operation and typical risk that they pose, that they make them eligible for a derogation. So here we are thinking of a kind of standardized approach, and I hope latest by the end of the year to be able to have something to share publicly. This will require some work because we are trying to capture a number of different situations and then to come to the point that they don't pose risk in terms of information security for themselves and for the others, which is not an easy decision. We know that, for instance, this is the case for many training organizations. We are trying to map the issue, to discuss and to understand it, and then something is coming, I hope, before the end of the year.
Yeah, maybe to add something, if you look for tools, I will give you now a spoiler for tomorrow morning. Just look for tomorrow morning. We will provide you, hopefully, a tool which I already started to announce last time, and there is also was a question on Slido about this tool. So I will give you the spoiler for tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other question? While you think, I give the floor to Vasilis, who can show you how to retrieve this information from our cybersecurity community.
Thank you, Andrea. So basically, I think it's because we received some questions already about that. It's good to show you how you can retrieve this information. So in our cybersecurity community, which I trust you are already members, you can find in the sections, if you navigate here, a resources hub. So if you click on the Resources Hub, you will be navigated into this web page where you have some options. And in this case, you can find all the relevant material that you wish to find when it comes to the Part IS implementation task force deliverable, like the one that we are now discussing under this document library. So basically, it's very easy to navigate. Then basically you are clicking on the Part IS implementation task force deliverables, and then you have some dedicated web pages. And based on these web pages, you can find some hyperlinks and also the actual PDF documents as an attachment. So you can open the hyperlink. In this case, we care about the Part IS Oversight Approach Guidelines. Then you can read the text, which introduces actually what is this guidance document about, and then you can simply open it and actually download it and use it for any purpose that is relevant to your cause. So basically, this is it. I have already sent this information in the YouTube live streaming, and I hope that it's easy and intuitive enough for you to find it in our community.
Yeah, and the oversight, the proportionality criteria are there. You've seen it, do not see it in the title, but it's that proportionality criteria, they're there, and they will be in the new guidance material, the official one.
Okay. Any other question? This is particularly important, I would say, for small organization. One of the issues that Dan reported is that this guidance is not reaching the small and medium organization. Everyone here now knows, and you can't deny, it is recorded, it is live broadcasted. So, and I will cut also this small demo from the YouTube and publish it separately, so everyone can really access the information needed. And more information is in the making. So, Juan, yes, please.
Hello, my name is Juan Anton. I was also involved in the development of Part IS. One thing to clarify, because there was the issue of the proportionality with the small aircraft, whether the limits are 2,000 or 2,700 or 5.7 tons. So just to make it clear, if you have, for maintenance, if you have a part CAO organization, a part CAO organization, which is a combined airworthiness organization, which is responsible for maintaining and managing the continuing airworthiness of aircraft, those organizations can actually maintain aircraft up to 5.7 tons, not only up to 2,000. Basically, those organizations, the Part CAO organizations, they maintain aircraft covered by Part-M Light, which go up to 2.7 tons, but they can also maintain any aircraft up to 5.7 tons. Well, complex motor power aircraft is not exactly the same, but basically it's the same, as long as they are not licensed air carriers. So if you are a training organization operating aircraft above 2,000 kilos, but below 5.7, the maintenance can be done by this organization, and this organization doesn't need to implement Part IS. Okay. Another question is the training organization itself. The rule allows training organizations doing only theoretical training to be excluded. They are excluded. But if they are doing practical training and they are flying aircraft, then they have to implement Part IS, even if it is in a proportional way, because maybe they are simple and they only have a couple of aircraft, but they have to implement it some way. Okay, but there are already options to exclude the application of Part IS for aircraft up to 5.7 tons, especially for maintenance. Okay, now just to clarify that.
Thank you, Juan, for this clarification. Last opportunity for a question before lunch. Okay, apparently lunch is considered more interesting than discussing Part IS right now. Fine, good. So then we can break for lunch. I would like to remind all of you that catering is available not only here in the lobby, but in another room at the other side of the building. During coffee break, it was almost empty. And so I recommend you to spread over to the two rooms. And we see you here at 1400. Thank you very much, and also enjoy your lunch to the colleagues that are connected online. Thank you. So welcome back. So we have now the first Q&A session. As we did already in the past, we start from the room and then we move to question in Slido. At the same time, if there are questions in Slido you think that are worth to be asked, you can vote them so they can come up and we will pick the question with more votes. But let's start from the room if there is anything you want to ask. While you think about it, I just want to make a clarification, particularly for those that have asked the question online. There are a number of questions about applicability, about basic knowledge, I would say, regarding Part IS. We think that the answer to these questions are already available, either in the scope part of the regulations or in the Q&A. So all the specific question about applicability, we will skip because they are many. So today we want really to focus on specific issue, either that emerged during the morning discussion or that are of interest because you have a specific case to raise. So if I don't see a hand raised from the room, let's go for Slido. Vasilis. So the first one.
Okay, so we'll go through the questions based on which one is your favorite or the one that has been voted the most. So when will the new guideline be released? Giuseppe, could you please clarify about which guideline you're talking? Yes.
Guideline about the acceptable visa compliance.
Okay. Davide, you want to take this one?
Yes, there will be a presentation tomorrow. So we are heading a publication at the end of July. So that there will be a sneak preview of what the new guidance contains tomorrow. Welcome.
From what I hear there, the end of July is the new guidance, yet anyone with a DOA has received communication from EASA with regards to dates for submissions. And the 16th of July seems to be a standard for the ISMM, the risk assessments and the completion of an assessment by the HISM. Yet the guidance comes out after that. Is there an intention, therefore, for EASA to reissue the letter with a delay on it to allow people to look at this guidance and then submit?
I don't think what you have to submit will be affected by this new edition in substance. So we are going, you will see tomorrow and maybe be able to judge yourself. But what we have put right now in the amendment of guidance material is only for guidance material, and we have introduced a lot of addition, clarification, but no dramatic changes. And we have to keep in mind that this is all non-binding material.
And if I may add, Most of the material that will be included in the new guidance is coming from the task force and is already available in a different format. So those supporting guidance that have been published in our community, cybersecurity community that I mentioned before this morning. So it's basically 80% of the new guidance, that material restructured to be included in guidance material with the editorial shape and form of our guidance, and few other details that really shouldn't impact your path.
Let's move to the next question. We have, okay, please.
EASA's deadline is 16th of July to submit all the ISMM and the risk assessment basically for that to get the approval for the Part IS implementation. Does from 16th of July till the 16th of October sufficient time to finish all the approvals by then? And what will happen if the approvals are not finished by the 16th of October to the organizations?
I am not competent to answer this question because this is something for my colleagues that are dealing with the competent authority task, and I give the floor to Kwan for this. Kwan, come over to here so you can speak from the podium.
Okay, so we will cover that tomorrow in one of the presentations, but basically, I mean, you have a target date for 16th of July in the case of DOAs. And the applicability date is 16th of October. We have already provisions and there is guidance, the guidance that has been shown today here, where it says if the approval of the manual doesn't take place on the applicability date, they can be approved afterwards. In any case, the organization in principle can continue operating as normal, obviously, unless the authority finds something really critical on the organization. But in principle, you can continue operating as normal until the evaluation of the manual is finished and the audits will take place at a certain point.
Yeah, and I would also like to underline that Part IS doesn't give a separate approval. It is just a new set of requirements that you have to comply with in order to maintain your approval valid. So this means that there is no interruption in the certificate validity, essentially.
One more question I have basically, why Part IS is not a significant change to the DOA? Because it's a quite significant change, to be honest with you, because it affects the whole DOA.
Yeah, I told you, Steve.
Okay, so the requirements in Part IS in all the existing rules were introduced in parallel to the existing management systems. So you remember there are certain paragraphs and a paragraph with the letter A at the end in each one of your domains. In DOA and POA is the same in Part 21, 139A and 239A. Now, so that means in addition to the safety management system or the design management system in the case of design organizations, you have to have an information security management system. The concept of significant change comes from the changes to the design management system. The changes to this information security management system, they are inside Part IS. So you cannot use the concept of significant change for changes to Part IS. Okay? Doesn't mean that the changes will not require prior approval by the authority. Maybe they require prior approval by the authority. But you cannot formally use the concept of significant change because they are only in the design management system, not on the information security management system.
Thank you. So then,
we see one question in the back.
I think we can take this one.
Yeah, we can take for the time being one that we have here. We try also to select questions that are also relevant to what we have discussed before. So we highlight those questions, and if there are no other relevant questions, we take then the most upvoted ones, although some questions will be answered during the course of these 2 days workshop. So starting with this one that I have highlighted now, how can a small DOA company with a small scope in terms of proportionality implement the new Part IS as simply and easily as possible? So basically this has been, let's say, addressed, but I don't know if Mario, you would like to add anything on this?
Not what we have on screen. Sorry, yes.
Now you can see the screen. We already covered that, right? So basically, the material is there, and actually we would advise you to go through the material because you can find lots of interesting information. We realized also, following the feedback that we received and also the presentation of Dan, that not all, let's say, smaller or less complex organizations have been aware of this guidance material. So please dedicate the time to go through the material, and hopefully this will answer some of your questions. So there was a question in the back, please.
One, two, three. Oh, now it works. Sorry. Just out of curiosity, with Part IS being introduced now, how many companies under EASA are affected?
How many companies? I would say for EASA as a competent authority, I would say, oh, you have the figures?
Not for every domain, but I can tell you for maintenance organizations, those located outside Europe, we have a bit more than 500 Part 145 organizations. In DOA, we are the only competent authority, and we have around 600 or something like that. POA, the number is much lower. And for operators, I don't really know. But
we have 2 operators under EASA AOC, and I think we have less than 100 training organizations.
Okay, so the total would be about 1,500 from your point of view?
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 200 days left until the deadline. Just out of curiosity, the gentleman from Control just said that he has 0 applications so far. This is a lot of work. Can you give us an idea of when to send out our applications to you in order to be on top of the
Well, the logical answer would be yesterday or last month. And if you remember, for those who were here last year, so one of the conclusions of the workshop in November was start small, start low, but start. So it's important to remind that the first step cannot come from the authority. The first step must come from the organization. We are ready. We would like to start this conversation with the authority. Then, if this is not happening, you know, the authority is on the receiving end. What we would like to avoid is that if by applicability date nothing has happened or nothing is in place, we have to play the bad cop and say, then we need to raise a finding. This is exactly why in March we issued the guidelines for oversight approach, so that there is a baseline, at least for the rules of the game, and then each and every authority could adapt. More than that, I don't think we could offer sincerely.
And it will be covered.
Yeah.
It will be covered in more detail tomorrow when I make the presentation, but in any case, we are trying to push the organizations to send the information as soon as possible. That's why we have put provisions in the guidance and in the policy where we say, okay, if for whatever reason, because you apply late or because the authority has a lot of work and a bottleneck, we have not finished by the applicability date, it's not an issue. You can continue operating as normal, and the process will be finished when it is finished.
But as soon as possible is a takeaway from this.
Sorry?
But the term as soon as possible.
Well, yeah, that's
to the application is important. And that's
yeah. So that's why you have some guidance or some communication from DOA saying 16th of July. In the case of maintenance organizations, we have said, okay, October, middle of October. So every domain will send communications targeting for a date. Doesn't mean it's a hard line because it's not in the rule.
Thank you.
So I see a hand on this side. Microphone is coming.
Hello. Does the manual have to be a separate entity, or can it be included as part of an organizational management manual?
So the rule requires an information security manual, the manual, okay? The rule says it can be integrated into existing expositions. So you can already integrate in whatever exposition you have in your domain. For example, in the maintenance domain for Part 14145 organizations, we are developing a user guide where we are integrating the information security management system requirements inside the user guide for MOE. So the organization can do it like that, or they can use a separate manual. It's up to them. But we are going to issue guidance at least for maintenance organizations to integrate it.
You can also have a look at the first question on Slido, which is more or less the same.
Yeah, the only thing there is that no matter whatever 27001 says, the requirements are in Part IS. And the requirement is you have to have a manual, whether it is integrated in the existing exposition or not, that's another question. You can do it both ways. But the manual, but the procedures, the first version has to be approved by the authority.
Coming, what? Okay.
Thank you. I think you have raised a challenge here when you say that the organizations, they have to produce their things by July so. And as long as we have authorities who are still not able to supervise, to help them, I think it's not completely fair that it is up to the organizations to do it. It should be a combined effort.
So that's fully correct. If you see the communication which was sent to DOAs and POAs, because they are the ones applying the rule earlier, the same as aerodromes in October, it says, doesn't say mandatory date. In the column, it says target date or something like that. So obviously, we cannot oblige organizations to send the manuals by those dates because those dates are not in the rule. Those are target dates. If we are trying to start the work as soon as possible, if the organization is not ready to send the manuals on that day, they will send them later. But one thing we want to make very clear, on 16th of October for DOAs, POAs, and aerodromes, and on 22nd of February for the rest, this is the applicability date, and if the manuals are not here and the risk assessment is not here, and we don't know anything about from the organization, we will have to open a finding and see what happens. But that's on the applicability date. Doesn't mean it needs to be approved on the applicability date. That's another question. But we will talk about that tomorrow.
Yeah. You need to. No.
Okay. I have a question with regards to letter of acceptance for aviation service provider like navigation or performance. EASA issues letter of acceptance. Does EASA plan to introduce a letter of acceptance as well for IT service providers?
It will, That's something that the Department for Air Traffic Services will have to reply. I don't know exactly. Now, the only thing I can tell you is that the way the policy was developed, the only things in the rule which have to be approved by the authorities are the first version of the Information Security Management System disposition and the change procedure, the procedure for changes that you can do on your own. Now, we have left all options for the authority in order to issue that approval. We say whatever the authority wants to do for issuing the approval, they can do it with a letter, with an email, with a stamp, but that's for the approval of the manual and the change procedure.
Yeah, but it's not about the approval of for the airline. It's about the approval of the service provider. So if we use hosting services or any other IT service as an airline from somebody else, how can we ensure that they SMS works in line with our requirements? So it would be easier, like for Lido or any other performance application, if the EASA issues a letter of acceptance that this provider is okay and works according to the needs.
If those service providers are not organizations approved under EASA, and they are not in the scope of Part IS, we will not issue any approval, we will not issue any letter of acceptance, we will not issue anything on them. It's up to the organization subject to Part IS to do the check of the risk that they impose on your organization. But if the organization is not covered by our rules or by Part IS, we will not issue any letter of acceptance.
Yeah. Maybe I can give you a practical answer on this. Coming out also from the ISO 27001, because you won't get an approval from Microsoft or from any of these big companies, and these are the suppliers, and these are the suppliers you have to see on your own risk assessment. So you have to cover the scope, and if you cover the scope, then you say, okay, what are my boundaries? I know that in 235 there is a, let's say, a bad sentence that said you have to ensure that your suppliers get compliant of information security services, but we have to go for this practical way, because I also got the questions, shall now I do an audit at Microsoft, or shall I go to Google to audit? It might be quite nice to go to Redmond, but they will throw you out. So the practical issue is that those big companies, they issue their information security on public websites. So, and it's your decision as an organization. If that's what these big companies are issuing in securities, and you have to pay for these securities, if you pay the cloud, you pay specific security things, then your risk assessment has to say, is this sufficient for me as an organization? And if it's not sufficient for you as an organization, take another provider. Not so easy, I know, yeah, because there's no Microsoft too, but it could be. And in this case, it does not mean that you have go for supplier audits. It does not mean that you get for these practical issues for those big companies, for the big suppliers you are using is just look what they have, buy what they offer you on the needs you have. And if you do so, and small organizations might be different than big organizations, and this should be sufficient to you based on your risk, on your risk assessment, what you have, based on your processes, based on your safety of your products. This is my practical hint on this question.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Hi, sorry, another question. From a practical implementation point of view, again, bearing in mind that the GOA is creeping up on us, at the November workshop, we discussed competences, and there was very much a two-sided approach to it, where you had cybersecurity requiring aircraft experience and safety aircraft people requiring cybersecurity. And even from the presentation earlier from Ryanair, who are, a major player in the aviation industry, There doesn't seem to be any specific guidance on what we're looking at for competence. And that letter that we've just discussed requires the HISM to do an assessment of Part IS, but there's no courses. I know the guy from Austria Control, sorry, I can't remember your name, earlier mentioned that they had some courses for accountable managers in Austria Control, but other authorities haven't got that. And there doesn't seem to be any training out there. There's no guidance on what competency assessments should be completed in advance, and what exactly, you know, as a safety manager, reviewing what Part IS competencies I should have. It's very much up to the organisation. Is there going to be any definitive guidance on those competencies?
I think you have a point in saying competencies are not so abundant. We at EASA have launched a massive training plan for all our inspectors, and we are delivering 13 training sessions to all inspectors during 2025, which is quite an effort. We have shared on the inspector side our training objectives already with the authorities some time ago, but more than reminding and keeping reminding, we can't do. Now there is also the possibility to go to private training providers. We have set up a provision to approve these training courses according to a specific provision we have in the basic regulation. It's operational since mid-May, but also here we are really struggling with the resources we have. So my recommendation is really read, start doing, gain your experience, because in a number of cases, we have seen that waiting for the training to come didn't solve our problem. So, and regarding the other comment you made, I can assure you that our DOA colleagues are connected online, including their management, and they corrected the figures of affected DOAs is 330, not 330, not 500, as Quan said. But they are listening also to this, and everyone is aware that we are in these troubles, and we are trying to apply maximum flexibility and pragmatism while engaging with individual organizations. Clearly, we can't promise anything upfront to each and every organization. A case-by-case assessment needs to be done by the inspector in charge, or the team leader, as you call it.
On that, you also mentioned the lack of, not of competence, but of competence requirements, the absence of competence requirements. I mean, in Part IS, it doesn't include details on what courses the people have to have or what is the specific knowledge, okay? So it's all based on the functions and the responsibilities of the person. Now, in the guidance material, in the personal requirements, there is a reference to the European Cybersecurity Framework from EASA. This document is available. This document contains guidelines on the typical positions you have in this type of organizations and the typical roles and responsibilities. It also contains a link to a standard on competences. So this can give guidelines to you on what are the expected competences for the staff. But we don't have hard training requirements in the rule or in the AMC. So also because it's going to be difficult to find all the staff who can do those functions if we start putting detailed requirements.
Here, just to remind that we have issued already in July last year, or even before, some adaptation of the EASA cybersecurity skill framework to be adapted to Part IS. Now this will be reflected in the guidance material of AMPGM, but in the resources hub that was shown before lunch, you can also find this document. Now, with an eye at the time, I would say we can take these top 3 questions we see on the screen, and then we continue with the agenda. So the first one, does Part IS require end-to-end system integration with audit trail and traceability to avoid manual data transfer and human error and ensure data integrity? This is quite a question. Davide, would you like to take it?
There's no requirement as such in Part IS. It all depends on the risk that is identified and whether this end-to-end system integrator is for the organization a valid control or countermeasure to reduce the risk to an acceptable level, meaning likelihood or impact on safety, as we said this morning. So no other requirements in Part IS. Good practices, if you want, and this could be a possibility, but not necessarily the best solution for everybody.
Thank you. So then the next one, Mr. Eckert assessment tool, something that was presented back in November. Mario has some updates on this.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, to add what Davide said, information security is not only electronic information. So even if you have an information security system all on paper, yeah, and this might answer also the question if you need an end-to-end integration. Yeah? It depends what you have. Yeah? So if you have a paper system, then it's also information, and you're not exempted from Part IS. Yeah. You're not exempted. About the tool, I made a spoiler on my presentation. I have to leave you by tomorrow, but I think I can give you a positive reply by tomorrow. Yeah, something will be available for you. Yeah, just thank you.
Without spoiling. Okay, no spoiler, but creating the atmosphere. Good. Then, is it possible to combine ISMS with SMS, or should it be separate processes and procedure? I would say yes, it is possible. It is maybe recommended. It depends on the maturity you have on the safety side, on the information security side. Personally, I would recommend a lot of caution, because if you combine 2 non-mature set of procedures, they can crash together. But if your SMS, and we have seen the example of Ryanair before, or also Lufthansa Cargo, they are combining them. To what extent you decide? It could be one single set of procedure processes and so on, or you can have an interface depending on the size, scope, and complexity also of your existing SMS. What I would personally recommend is, if you have something that works, don't try to introduce too many changes that make it inoperational or difficult to work. Do you want to?
Nothing. That's just because just one. We are arriving to the end, but I saw a question before there, which is not there anymore, but it's a question on the communication we have sent to all the foreign Part 145 maintenance organizations. This communication, we were saying that we were intending to publish the user guide for the exposition with the procedures for information security during the month of June. Now that we know, we are already doing that, but now that we know that the guidance is going to be published in July, we are also trying to ensure consistency, and we will not be issuing the guidance for the exposition until August or somewhere there. Okay. Anyway, the applicability for foreign 145 organizations is not October, it's February next year. Okay.
Thank you, Juan. And I think we can close here the Q&A session and move on with the agenda. The next topic is how aviation products and Part IS work together. And I'm very happy to give the floor to my colleagues from Certification Directorate, Nicolas Durando and Borja Garcia Blanco.
Okay, so hello everybody. So I'm Nicolas Durando. So I'm happy to be here to present you the interaction we have between Part 21 product certification and Part IS. So for this presentation, I will be accompanied by my colleague Borja Garcia Blanco Castro. So we are both aviation cybersecurity experts within the certification directorate at EASA. So before entering the topic, I would like to remind you with the overall picture and how EASA has intended to make the EU aviation more cyber resilient. So this is composed of 4 pillars. The first pillar is related to product certification. We have started certification of products almost 20 years ago, introducing cybersecurity requirements on a case-by-case basis. And we moved to a full commitment with covering all products by introducing requirements for all platforms back in July 2020. This was the first pillar of the making the EU aviation more cyber resilient. Then we have the second pillar, and this is the pillar for which we are gathered here today about Part IS, because we wanted to have to address security in a more holistic approach to tackle the topic of supply chain security. And this is one of the reasons why Part IS come into the game. And it was published in 2022, and we're about to update the AMC and GM end of July, set by Davide. The third pillar is the information sharing, and this is related to two main streams we have currently, the one with EASA, with industry, and the one with NOCA, with member states. And this is these two streams allow to share information in a trusted manner and to perform, to conduct analysis. And we'll have a presentation by my colleague Jerry afterwards on the topic. And then we have the capacity building and research. So this composes the 4 pillars. And obviously, these pillars are not working in silos, and especially the 2 first pillars. And this is the subject of the presentation today. The interaction between product certification and Part IS is really important. And I will elaborate on this. So we have built the presentation in two sides. So I will do the first part. All Part 21 product certification can benefit from Part IS. And then the other way around, it will be presented by my colleague Borja. All Part IS can benefit from Part 21 product certification. So with this, I'll need to introduce a bit what was the genesis of the requirements in product certification, the cybersecurity requirements, and then the way to show compliance, and how Part IS can support the compliance for product certification. So so it's the title once again. So this slide has been presented earlier by my colleague Davide. So it's, yeah, as I said, we started cybersecurity almost 20 years ago, but it has been formalized through the update of the basic regulation back in July 2018, where we introduced the cybersecurity aspect and interdependency. And also what is really important is the Annex 2 with the essential requirements for airworthiness, where we want to have the aviation product to be immunized against information security threats, both inside and external to the aircraft. So building from this update of the basic regulation, we have updated all the certification specification and introduce cybersecurity requirements within each of the specification. So you can see here this table providing all the CS updates. So large airplane CS25, small aeroplane CS23, CS29 with the heavy rotorcraft, CS27 with light rotorcraft, and also the products, because this is also very important. We have also the engine, the propeller, the APU, and also the ETSO, European Technical Standard Order. And to show compliance with these requirements, you can use an acceptable means of compliance, which is the AMC 2042. So let's deep dive a little bit into what is this requirement. The requirement is quite simple. It's not very complex. So you have this composed of two sub-items. The first one is to ensure that any aviation product is protected from what we call IUEI, so intentional unauthorized electronic interaction. So this is basically to enforce the secure by design principle. And to conduct a product security risk assessment, to assess the residual risk, and to check the effectiveness of the security measures. In certification, we talk about security measures and not security controls, but this is the same concept that is behind. Then, so you have the CS on the left. You have the AMC that allows to comply with the CS. And then the AMC is heavily relying on standards that are developed by RTCA and ROCAE. So here we have put only the ROCAE standards, but you have exactly the same standard for RTCA. So you have the ED202B, ED203A, and ED204A. So that said, if you comply with those standards, you are complying with the certification specification requirements. If we take back the first sub-requirement, the requirement that was enforcing the secure by design, you would use the ED203A. And then in this standard, you have a list of objectives. So here, I will go, so here an extract of those security objectives. And this is where you have the link with Part IS. I need to enter a bit more of the details here. Because when you will show compliance with Part IS requirements, you are requested to run an operational risk assessment, an organizational risk assessment, excuse me. So when you conduct this organizational risk assessment, you may end up defining some security controls. So, and those security controls, or say security measures in the certification world, can be, for instance, and this is just an example, can be vulnerability management process, or can be incident management process, incident response management process. And you can see on the left side of this slide that these security measures are precisely the ones that are requested during product certification. So the intent of this is saying that you may benefit from the Part IS activities to show a certain level of compliance with some of the objectives for a product certification. Obviously, the element that you are assessing for Part IS needs to be in the scope. It's really important. So this was the first example. You have another example that we could highlight. This is the tool security objectives. You may have in your organization some tools that are used to develop some products, and there is an objective in the product certification requiring you to ensure that those tools are not introducing vulnerabilities into the product. So here, once again, once you conduct your Part IS organizational risk assessment, you may end up defining some security controls around those tools. So this was the first part of the requirement, and then there is the second part of the requirement, which is linked to the fact that the aviation products need to be to remain secure all along its operational life. And this is why the applicant, the design approval holder, needs to make procedures and ICAs, instructions for continued worthiness. And once again here, to show compliance with this part of the requirements, you can use one of the EuroCAE standard or RTCA standard, which is the ED204A. So ED204A is providing a comprehensive list of guidance to the following stage of the product life cycle. So it is tackling operation, support, maintenance, administration, and decommissioning. So it's perhaps a bit high level now, and I would propose that we take an example on this. And I would like to take the example of the ground support equipment, because the ground support equipment is heavily used during maintenance activity of the aircraft to update software, for instance. And the ED204A is providing some operational security measures. It's a list, not necessarily to be applied by all organizations, but this is a list of proposed security measures. And here, once again, you can see the link with Part IS, because again, when you will run your organizational risk assessment within Part IS, you may end up defining some security controls for the ground support equipment. So you may end up defining, for instance, access control to your ground support equipment. You may end up defining some storage requirements, some decommissioning requirements. And these security controls could also be recommended to be applied or mandated to be applied by the design approval holder. So in the end, there is a match between the Part IS requirements and the product certification requirements. So this leads us to the last slide of this part of the presentation. So we can conclude that Part IS requirements and process can be used to show a certain level of compliance during product certification. So we have seen the security assurance objectives for ensuring the secure by design of the aviation product, so with ED203A. And we have also the topic about instructions for continued worthiness or recommendations that can be provided by design approval holder, and that could also have been introduced through Part IS compliance activities. So this was the first side of the presentation. Then we have the other way around that will be presented by Borja. And
yeah, on the right, yes. Thank you, Nicolas. So good afternoon, I'm Borja García Blanco Castro, Aviation Cybersecurity Certification Expert, and I work in the Certification Directorate of EASA. So as my colleague Nicolas explained, now we are going to see how Part IS can benefit from the activities that we have performed when doing product certification. So you have seen this several times during the day, but when we create the scope for the information security management system of a Part IS organization, we have to conduct an information security risk assessment, and we will focus on a scope on the elements or assets that have a potential impact on aviation safety. Here you have the requirements of Part IS. In the following slide, we have the requirement 205 with more detail, and I want to raise your attention into when we do the information security risk assessment, the organization shall identify the elements, and I want to stop here, elements, and what Part IS consider elements is what you have there. It can be on one side, the organization activities, facilities, and resources, as well as the services that are provided or given from this organization. But on the other hand, also important elements of the organizations are equipment, systems, data, and information of this organization. So this is one part, the element part of the requirement, but also the organization have to identify the interface of this organization with other organizations, okay? In these interfaces is the way that organization can share risks. If we focus now on the interfaces, I'm not going to read the letter C for you, but I want to raise your attention on the capability of being able to mutually compare risk assessment. Because if we are two Part IS organizations, we have to have the way to compare both risk assessments. And this is what the requirement 205C explains. This is a diagram that I think you have in the AMCGMs. This is another way to see how a Part IS organization, having the elements, data, equipment, services, and so on and so forth, are being exchanged with other Part IS organizations through the interfaces. Now let's dive into a practical example. And here we have a Part IS organization, in this case a DOA, that is designing an aviation product, in this case, an aircraft. Of course, in cybersecurity, we always do information security risk assessments. And as you can imagine, when doing product certification, we do it. And the aircraft certification security risk assessment will end up with a series of security measures. And some of these security measures will rely on assumptions, instructions, and recommendations. And these are transferred to another activity or deliverable that we call it the Aircraft Security Operator Guidance. This is one of the deliverables that the DOA will produce when doing cybersecurity compliance of the product. This ASOC is then translated into instructions for continuing airworthiness that will accompany the aircraft during the whole life cycle. Okay? Now, if we take again the requirement 205, here we have two Part IS organizations, a DOA, but we have also an operator. And both of them, because they are Part IS organizations, they have interfaces. Through these interfaces, they share risks. Okay? But now, if we move to the right part of the slide, you will see one element, or for those of you that are more familiar with 27001, an asset that probably will have an impact on aviation safety of the operator, and this is the aircraft. So the aircraft, it's a very important element of the operator that may have an impact on aviation safety, okay? And as we explained before, on the other hand, this operator is sharing risk with the design organization. Now, if we combine both the slides, and here we put ourselves in the point of view of the Part IS organization operator. The operator is operating a certified product. And as you see in the slide, this certified product is also an asset of the organization. And here you see the interlink, how the instructions for continuous airworthiness that were given by the DOA to the operator has to be maintained and kept by the operator. And now, if we see this following slide, here you have some guidance material of the AMCGM for Part IS that relies on the assumptions that the design organization did when certifying the product. Those assumptions are transferred to the operator in order the aircraft to continue being airworthy. And this is the importance of the operator keeping the ICAs. This slide also comes from the AMCGM, and here you see a more complex exchange of elements between two Part IS organizations during the life cycle of the aircraft. On the right, we have an aircraft operator, and we have an important element of the operator, that is the aircraft. And you see how there is a lot of information exchanges during the life cycle of the aircraft being produced by the design organization and being consumed by the operator and transferred to the aircraft, and the other way around also. So you see here how we have on the left a Part 21 certification scope, but on the other hand, on the right, we have a Part IS organization scope of the operator. So this is the final slide, and as a summary, here we try to demonstrate how Part IS can benefit from product certification. So as we explained before, information security is shared among organizations. And there, in this case, we have the design approval holder, the DOA, and the operator, and they are sharing risks. And we have, of course, two requirements of Part IS, the one from risk management and the one from risk sharing. And on the other hand, the assumptions that were considered for the product design when doing the security risk assessment need to be maintained by the user organizations, in this case, the operator and other ones. How they do that? Of course, relying and supporting on Part IS compliance. And on the other hand, the information security aspects that are contained in the ICAs need to be, and were issued during the product certifications, need to be maintained and exchanged by the user organizations, in this case, the operator. And with this, I think we have concluded, Nicolas and I, our presentation, and I leave the floor.
Thank you, Borja. We have 5 minutes if there are quick reaction to the presentation by Borja and Nicola. I don't see anything from the room. Not even from Slido. Then we carry on with the agenda. And I would like to invite my colleague Jerry, who will explain to us what is the link between cyber threat intelligence and information sharing in the context of Part IS compliance. Jerry?
Thank you. So I just have to press on this one, right?
Yeah, the one.
Yeah. Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jerry Ngu. I'm part of the cybersecurity team. I'm one of the senior experts within the team. We thought that it would be interesting to share with you the link between CTI, so cyber threat intelligence and information sharing, as well as how it can help or support the compliance as well to Part IS. So this will be the content of the presentation. So it will be a short introduction into CTI. I'm not going to be long because I know that sometimes these lectures could go for hours. What is CTI? How can we use it and everything? I'll try to be very short because I have only 30 minutes. What type of CTI exists? I will also get a bit into the CTI. Why is it important for the aviation sector? Also how CTI supports Part IS compliance, as well as what are maybe the best practices and how can organizations share information between each other. And also useful consideration, because we also are having CTI activities within our organization. So maybe I can also speak from experience that we have within EASA and within the initiatives that we have been dealing with. So as presented this morning and also from Nicolas, so these are the 4 pillars. So the pillars where I'll be concentrating more will be the pillars related to information sharing and CTI. So we always say sharing is caring. So meaning that if you have any type of information about incidents that occurred within your organization or incident that occur within your equipment or even vulnerabilities, sharing them would be a good asset for proactivity, would be a good asset to help other organizations or other equipment manufacturers maybe prevent these from happening to them. So very often we have organizations such as, or initiatives such as EASA, so the European Cybersecurity Center for Aviation, that we are leading, that we are sponsoring. And those type of organization or initiatives, they help the industry, they support the industry in sharing information between each other. So if it's a maintenance organization, airline, airport, or manufacturers, etc., we try to push them to share information, sometimes between each other, but sometimes also coming from us. So they will share information with us. We will then further share it then with them, depending, of course, of the traffic light protocol that has been agreed between us. I know that during the break, some of you asked if their companies could join EASA, or if their organization, being an NAA, could join the NOCA. The answer is yes. We will give you later on at the end more information how to join or where to write. But for the moment, we are concentrating on European organizations. So meaning if your organization is outside of Europe, which is our days a bit difficult, you know, to define what is Europe, what is not. But if it's outside of Europe, we will not take the application at that stage because we will extend the scope at a certain point. But for the moment, we're concentrating on European organizations. So when it comes to CTI, threat intelligence type, so I think I don't really have to give you too much info on this. So we have different types. So we have these four are the ones that are the most familiar. So depending on the level and the term, the long term or the high level CTI that you like to have, so there we will be talking about strategic CTI. But we also have what we call the tactical or the technical or the operational, depending, of course, on how you would like, which type of information we have. If it's purely about, let's say, about just the threat landscape, because if we're speaking about CEOs or CISOs sometimes in an organization, they would just like to have the threat landscape, but they will not like to have maybe the IOCs, or they will not like to have all these technical information. So therefore, there are different type of CTIs. These presentations, these slides will be shared with you, so I don't need to really go into too much details. But still, after the presentation, you have the opportunity to ask questions. And if not, you can always still drop an email, and I or some of our team members will try then to get back to you. Why is CTI important for the aviation sector? Because we believe that it will help protect critical systems. And we also believe through our own experience that it anticipates involving threats, as well as gives you trends and gives you a bit of, let's say, a bigger picture of what maybe the threat actors are then targeting. It also enables risk assessment or risk management. So this is something that we saw, but I'll give you more details when it comes to Part S, the Part S various requirements. And it strengthens also what we call the incident response capability. So incident response, but also to address the protection of your assets. It also supports the compliance to regulations such as Part S, but it could also be the NIS or even the 376 regulation reporting regulation. Who contributes to these? So we see that for the moment, we have a lot of exchange with airports, airlines, and we saw through our trends or through our data that they have been the most targeted in the past 2 years, so airports and airlines. But we also saw ANSPs as well as manufacturers, suppliers, IT providers. But we also get a lot of contribution from national certs, C-certs, as well as law enforcement intelligence agencies. And like I just said earlier, we have initiatives such as EASA, which is sponsored and pushed by EASA, but you also have a lot of the EATM cert that is sponsored by Eurocontrol. But we also exchange a lot with ENISA, Cert EU, but also with various ISACs. There are also some ISACs which are really dedicated to exchange information when it comes to the aviation sector. What are the key sources? Yes, we have vulnerability databases, malware analyst reports, but as well as incident reports that are being sent to us internally, because we collaborate a lot with our IT department, but as well as providers outside of the agency. What are the main CTI outputs? So we, at this stage, we produce a lot of products. So some are ad hoc reports that are custom made either for senior management, but sometimes there are also technical ones, sometimes advisory, very often for our external stakeholders, where we have list of IOCs, sometimes the TTP, so the technical and tactical procedures profiles, but we also have what we call certain recommendations that we provide in SIBs. So it always depends on what type of threats we encountered, what type of vulnerabilities we think is important for the industry, and we share them. And I do know that some of you are part of EASA, so you know the products that we share with you. We also have reports that are being shared weekly, where we talk about the DDoS attacks on certain facilities or organizations. So this has been shared with you. But to be able to always get these type of threat information, you have to be a member of the various initiatives. But we also have a newsfeed aggregator on our community website, which is for free, so people can connect to it. And then very often they will have an overview of either the vulnerabilities or maybe certain major incidents that can be shared. So we're talking about TLP white. So anything beyond TLP white, we then share them through reports. So meaning if we have TLP green, amber strict, or red, those are being then shared only between very dedicated circles. So when it comes then to Part IS, there are certain requirements, like requirement 200, requirement 205 when it comes to risk assessment, 215, 22 when it comes to event management, or even when it comes to 225, so awareness and training, as well as external reporting, so 230, where we saw that CTI, so meaning threats, knowing about the threat or the landscape or the real world threat vectors can really help. Can also support, the compliance to those requirements. Of course, there are other requirements depending on the size of your organization and depending on the size, or let's say the effort that you're putting into your CTI activities. So here's just a short example of how to share between organizations. So on the left-hand side, you have organization A, and then you have organization B. So they will be sharing CTI incidents, threats, vulnerabilities, but as explained by my colleagues earlier, you also have shared risk. So depending if you have, let's say, subcontractors or partners that have interaction with your company. So those are things that can also be shared, of course. And also, therefore, we think that is important in those cases then to review your risk treatment plans. So here are just some couple of incentives that we had during the discussions within Working Group 72. Where we supported the drafting of the ED 206 when it came to information sharing. So we had certain sections that were related to how to really define, sharing of information between organizations. And we think one of the major pillars would be to reach an agreement on the roles and responsibilities, because all these has to be defined upfront. Because it doesn't bring anything if during your incident, you then start saying, okay, I think that we should be sharing information, and then you just start sharing information without having a dedicated plan. Who is going to be, what are the roles that are going to be played within your organization, and which organization plays which roles, and what are the responsibilities? So therefore, we have these 6 pillars where you can define the roles of all the parties, define the internal sharing plans. So how should it be shared? What should be shared? How should it be shared? Who should share it? Define the process controlling and retain incident data. So that means that the data that have been shared, how will they be protected? Or where would they be stored? So these are things that have to be predefined. And establish legal protection, because we do know that when we are sharing information, sometimes we have organizations coming like, we do have this incident that we would like to share with other organizations, but the main issue that we have is that we're afraid to share it with them because they might then steal certain, let's say, intelligence from our products, right? So there, we think it is important to define these type of legal protections between the organizations that are ready to share information. And sometimes we play the intermediate step between the two organizations that are sharing. That means they will share with us, we will take the information, we will then define with the organization that is sharing if we could, what is it that they really want to share? And then we will then blur out either, let's say, the name of the organization or the victim, we can say, or we will blur out maybe the assets that were targeted, and we might just share only the relevant technical information. So it always depends on a case by case. And then you also have to define the external rules of engagement as well as the communication lines. Because we also had cases where there was a vulnerability that was disclosed, and we just didn't know who would be the person to communicate with the outside world, to communicate with the media. So these are also things which are important. And also how you communicate with the outside world is also important, because if a threat actor has been publishing your data that they have been able to steal on your servers in the dark web, and you decide to go with your communication directorate and to publish here, nothing has been stolen. We are practically unhackable. I mean, of course, that is not the right message then to send out to the outside world. So there are techniques and ways, to communicate this. And we think that it's very important to have all these defined upfront. When it comes to EASA, our own CTI capability, we try to build it ourselves. So that means that building the expertise, training the experts, to have more and more insight on how to deal with the threat intelligence and how to share our information. But we also realize that there are very specialized companies outside of our agency, outside of our organizations that can support us. Some do it for free. That means that we share information either ad hoc or weekly or monthly or yearly. But some come with a cost. So that means that you would then have to build up, let's say, a contract with those companies and define exactly what is it, what type of information do you need, what type of information does your IT team need, or what type of information does your senior management need. So it always depends, of course, like I said earlier on my slides, on the type of CTI that you might need. So these are just practical. So as I said earlier before starting, that you need to use these traffic light protocol. So we try to use it in all our products. And we also saw that in other areas of the agency, some are using something similar as well. Of course, we know that it's non-binding, so it is not like if somebody sends you an alert with TLP green that you can then pull them in front of a judge and say, listen, it has been shared with others. If somebody sends you TLP amber strict, which is purely for your own organization, that you then decide to share it with others outside of your organization, that you're reliable. So therefore, you can draft contracts. Like I said, these legal agreements between organizations can help. But these are things that we saw through our experience up till today that it works pretty well, especially if you are able upfront to build trust between the organizations and between the members. What we also use a lot in our reports and in our exchanges is the severity. So trying to predefine, it is not always very easy to be able to define low, medium, or high. But sometimes some attacks, we are able to give a bit more of context to the nature of the attack. We also use the source reliability because if we know that it is a reliable source that we have often used, we will then label it. It will be labeled on the product itself, so that those who are reading it, those who are consuming then the product, they are able then to have more confidence in the reliability of the source. But we also use the credibility, so meaning that if it has been confirmed, meaning if there are more than one or two or more sources that are confirming the information, we will be able to also label this within the product that we're sharing. And we have been doing this the past 4 years, 3-4 years. Before that, we were doing simple threat intelligence sharing, but now I think that the products are getting more and more matured. So these are the major takeaways that I can give to you, is that threat intelligence is a useful enabler for effective compliance to Part S. It also strengthens the threat identification, risk-based decision-making, as well as the incident preparedness. We also see that if you go into the AMCs, you'll see that we point very often as well. We give you a bit more details on how to use CTI, so meaning how to be proactive when it comes to monitoring, when it comes to continuous improvement of your ISMS, but also when it comes to awareness and training. So the final word is that incorporating CTI into the aviation organization helps you not only to stay resilient, informed, but also regulatory ready. So this is what we can say from our side. And I think that I was much quicker than I thought. I could have added more slides, but I'm already done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Never mind for being on time.
I think I cut like 6 slides out of it because I thought it'd be too long.
It's okay. This means that we have time for questions, and I see still a question coming from Slido regarding Jerry's presentation. Is there anything?
Yes, I have two. So Jerry, everybody wants to know if EASA has a plan to update the annexes to EU 215/1018 to expand the list of MOR in relation to Part IS. And does EASA plan to update a CARES2 API with new fields?
That's normally for Meet the Experts. That's related to incident reporting. But yes, EASA is planning to update ACAS with, we have provided a new taxonomy. We have provided what we call the information security taxonomy for ACAS 2 for reporting. So we are working on it, to have it being implemented before, let's say, end of summer. But still, let's say the message to pass through to you is that even if this is not implemented into ACAS 2 and it has not been updated, you can still report your occurrences within ACAS. So you don't need that taxonomy to report, right? But the taxonomy would make it much more easier for us as well as the analyst team to retrieve, the incidents or let's say the occurrences that you have then pushed into ACAS. And the second question?
Is there anything in the ISO 27001 that helps with or covers the sharing of information? I think Mario can.
Yeah, so I'll let the specialists of the ISO respond to this.
Thank you. Yes, it is, but only on the supplier evaluation and the supply chain. ISO 27001 does not know the functional chain, so the operational chain concept is not implemented or required by ISO 27001, but it's also not forbidden. But information sharing is in the controls of the supply chain. I think it's about starting from 19 up to 21.
Is there a question from? No, I don't see.
Any questions from the floor?
Okay, from Dan?
Sorry, it's not really a question, it's an observation. Because in my understanding, this really requires a change in culture in the companies, in the reporting culture. If there's a critical issue in a company, they may want to keep it inside and not share information to others, because that could be a compromise to their way of doing business and so on. The taking part in the CRT, the CERTs, it's very difficult to get companies involved because it requires more resources. And what is the benefit? How can they benefit from sending their information? What can they do with information from outside? So I think this is in the real world, in the perfect world, this is perfect. In the real world, I think it is. We have challenges. It's just an observation and a remark. Thank you very much.
Okay. I mean, there are two things that we should not mix. So there's information sharing, right? So to be able to share information, you have to build up a bit of CTI, so threat intelligence within your organization. And there is reporting. So reporting is starting from, from October or starting from February, reporting would be mandatory, right? If you have an incident within your organization that has an impact on safety. But when it comes to information sharing, this is up to your organization. So if you decide you would like to share because it will help you build, let's say, your resilience, to your organization, this is up to you. We, from the experience that we have, is that we see that the more we share, the more people are aware. So let's take an example that in one street, there has been burglars in one house. And if the person keeps the secret or keeps it for himself, nobody would be mad at him, right? But if the person that owns the house shares that information with the whole street and said, this is how they got in, this is the technique that they use, and this is what they stole, sometimes it can help the neighbors protect themselves. So it's really in this context that we see it, that the information sharing is not obligatory, you know, but it's a good to have to strengthen the whole ecosystem. Okay. Any other questions?
We have one question for the previous presenters, the top one here in green. I don't know, Nicola or Borja, if you want to answer it.
Yes, so the answer is easy, it's no. It's the part IS of the CS to supersede. So part IS is our organizational risk assessment and certification. This is really product certification. So and product certification is meant to comply with the certification specification, ESF or special condition, and part IS is another thing. So there's no supersede. Huh? It's really two different things. There are connections that we have presented, but this is two different things. So if you are doing one, you are not exempted for doing the other, and the other way around. Huh? So just to be clear on this.
Thank you. Well, we have, okay, no other questions. So I think here we can take this one, the competent authority should provide a derogation form, and the form is not yet published. Sincerely speaking, to ask for a derogation, if there is no form, you can just send a letter and attach the risk assessment from which it is evident that you are not posing risk to yourself and to the others. So this is anytime possible while a form is being published. And to our knowledge, only one authority so far has published a form for derogation, but for this kind of request, a form is not strictly necessary. We can go ahead with the next two because I think they are. So can IS manual take the form of a top-level policy referencing supporting procedure as recommended by ISO 27000? The answer is yes, but compliance with ISO 27000 alone doesn't ensure compliance with Part IS. In fact, one of the guidance we published was exactly showing what are the additional elements that need to be in place for for an ISO 27000 organization in order to be compliant with Part IS. These guidance that you can find in the resources hub that we showed before now is going to become part of the next edition of the AMC and GM.
Andrea, if I'm allowed to complement a bit your answer. So there is more on this guidance about ISO 27001 and Part IS. However, the basic thing that you need to keep in mind is that ISO is a business-oriented standard, while Part IS is a safety regulation. So the focus is very different. One is business continuity and the other one is safety. So they might overlap in some areas, but the perspective is completely different. So one cannot, when you say I'm ISO 27001 certified, it's not compliance with Part IS. No way. Not directly, at least.
Can you keep your hand raised? The microphone is coming. Thank you for complimenting. And I would like to take the second because it is strictly connected. It is expected that ISO 27000 accreditation is aligned with Part IS. Will ISO 27001 be an acceptable means of compliance to Part IS? Again, the answer is partially. So you can build on existing ISO 27000. We have seen also this morning what Secondo Mona presented. So is a building brick, but is not the full house. Yeah, please.
My question is, when ISO is a business-oriented regulation, the NIS2 standard, which might affect also a few other companies, that's more also a safety security standard. Will there be a gap analysis too? When we are compliant with Part IS, what we still have to do, and maybe if Part IS approved version shows that we are compliant with NIS 2.
Okay, so maybe I can take that. So basically, I don't want to make any big spoilers, but tomorrow we're going to have a presentation dedicated on that. And the presentation is going to be by DG Move, DG Connect, as well as the two leaders of the task force that we have currently under the NIS cooperation group. There is a subgroup called Aviation Cybersecurity Subgroup, and basically we have done an analysis to map the different requirements that we have under NIS 2 and Part IS and DAVSEC. Why we have done so? Because actually, as you insinuated, there are certain types of aviation organizations that have to comply with NIS 2. It's not for everyone, it's for certain types of organizations. We're going to see tomorrow those organizations. However, there are some differences that we need to take into account, and we have actually we are mentioning those differences in the material that we are actually now producing and which is now in consultation phase. We will discuss this tomorrow in more detail, but basically the objectives of the NIS 2 and Part IS are not, let's say, entirely the same. In Part IS, we care actually about safety. In NIS 2, the focus is on, I would say, business continuity of critical entities across Europe, but also on other things such as the financial impact and so on. From the point of view of Part IS, we care about the impact on safety, and then you made a nice parallelism with the ISO 27001, which, as Agiliki mentioned, focuses on the business continuity, and certain elements of the ISO 27001 are, let's say, more flexible than in Part IS. ISO 27001, you can stretch it to the extent that you want based on the risk appetite of your organization. From the point of view of safety, the risk appetite is kind of predetermined to an extent, so you cannot actually have lots of wiggle room there. So I would say this sums it up, but we will discuss this in more detail tomorrow. So I hope that I didn't make a big spoiler.
Any other questions? So otherwise, we have the top one here. We have here the one at the top. Since Part IS ultimately protects safety, can we manage information security risk through our existing safety risk management processes? Davide, would you like to?
It was the purpose of the presentation of this morning. So you can approach this by integrating basically the management of information security risk in your existing safety risk management process. Yeah, definitely, yes. The way to do so has been presented this morning in few details. There is much more material if you would like to study. Some links will be given in the next version of the guidance. Although, say, all the basic bricks are already present in the current version of guidance material. But some thoughts been developed later on and landed into the recent publication of ICAO, like the Manual on Aviation Information Security. So you will find some inspiration there.
Thank you, Davide.
Any question from you?
The next question, why not force with Part IS the implementation of the 3 lines of defense model like it is enforced in finance to give an acceptable level of assurance? Here, these 3 lines of defense model is not known to me. Davide, do you have any idea?
Well, by no means EASA regulation is, let's say, a technical regulation requiring organization to enforce any specific way to deal with risks, risk management is an objective-based regulation. Always, it has been. Well, CSs are more technical because we are talking about products, but in all other cases, it's an objective-based regulation. So in this case, the base is risk assessment. Why should I impose the 3 line of defense to an organization that maybe poses a little risk to safety stemming from information security threats? You establish your needs, and the regulation sets the level playing field. That is, assess your risks and then act properly. Part S entails a concept, if you read it, of defense in depth. So you can pick up and choose whatever model you want and apply it if you deem it that is suitable for your needs.
Do you want to add something? No. Actually, we are good. I would say only as a general, because we received also some other questions in this, let's say, mentality, having this mentality. Basically, it is, we need to take into account that what Part IS is and what Part IS is not. So you will not find certain types of security controls proposed in Part IS. It's a regulation that has to stay at a higher level of abstraction. It is technology agnostic. And I'm making this comment because we have received a lot of comments in slide about proposing certain types of security controls. It is the decision of the organization based on the risk assessment to apply controls in a proportionate way. Otherwise, we could propose a number of controls that wouldn't make sense based on the nature of the asset. If you don't have to protect the confidentiality of an asset, because when compromised, this will not lead to an impact on safety, then at least from a Part IS point of view, you don't have to do it. Maybe you have to do it for other types of regulations. Maybe you have to do it for other reasons, but from a Part IS point of view, it is, let's say, not relevant. Okay, so having said that, we have at least a few more minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay, so are there any questions from the floor here? Because it's been some time since the last time that we took some questions from you. You have still a few minutes to ask any question that you might have following today's presentation. Yes, we have one question here. We can.
Yeah.
Hello, Michel Gorok from Air France. A question about risk sharing. There were some, I think this is mentioned in the GM, somewhere in the Part IS. This is very complex to organize. Of course, it's not mandatory and don't ask for it to be mandatory, but I would like to, because we had a very good presentation with CTI. CTI could somehow compensate that kind of difficulty we could have with interfaces to manage a kind of risk sharing and interfaces. So I would like to know if you could elaborate a little bit about this concept of risk sharing.
Yeah, I can take it. I mean, actually, it's required by the regulation to interact with your interfaces and exchange to a certain extent what are the risks that are, say, coming from your organization and may affect the interface and vice versa. The way to do so, well, there are details in some industry standards. EuroCAE ED2L2, if I well remember, where there is the concept of external agreement, where industry 201, sorry, where there's a table and it's called external agreements, and there are suggestions on what could be shared to which extent. So industry has produced already quite full guidance in that regard. In a nutshell, I would say you should avoid to enter into details because this might be sensitive, but establish with your interfaces, in particular when the safety impact may be, I would say, not negligible, how you're going to protect on your side and what else may happen to the other side and they should be aware of. That's the idea. Rome wasn't built in a day. Again, we will allow you to take your time to establish proper networking and discussion with organizations.
Okay, thank you.
There is another one.
Yes, please.
One question about the ETSO articles having some software basically certified by the EASA directly is how the Part IS will be applicable to those. And the ICA currently is not applicable for the ETSO articles. So who will be responsible?
Nicola, can you?
Yes, if you want to take the microphone. Yes. Oh, you can also use that. So the question is about ICA for ETSO, right? This is
Not only ICA, but ICA from Part IS basically for the ETSO articles.
So as far as I know, ETSO, you have an installation manual, so you have installation instructions that needs to be also provided to the installer. So the installer needs to be aware how the ETSO products are to be installed. So I would suggest that there are some in the installation manual security considerations. If the ETSO product has been developed in accordance with security requirements, it can happen. Then the instruction for ensuring security needs to be included as well in the installation manual and shared with the installer.
Okay, thanks a lot, Nicola. So I think we have time only for one more question, and I found one about CTI. So maybe we can take that. So I'll just highlight it. What are the actual threats and strategy that the EASA recommends to take into account the risk analysis based on your CTI? Jerry, would you like to make a small comment on that?
So, in fact, this is really up to you, up to the organization, because each and every organization is different. Each and every, let's say, threat surface or vector is different. And you have to then draft your own strategy. As you saw in, I think it was my third or fourth slide, it is that each and every organization has to define what type of CTI would they see that is necessary for their organization. So we, within EASA, we chose all four of them so that we have the strategic one, we have the operational one, the technical one. So that means that we have covered all of them, but we do know certain organizations when they're very small and they don't have a lot of vulnerabilities or a lot of threats targeting their assets. So they chose really purely the high level one. So this is very difficult for us, especially as EASA, as an authority, to give you guidance on this. Those who can give you guidance the best will be either your IT department, right? Or it could also be in collaboration with your CERT or your CCERT, or even your SOC, if you're, depending how big your organization is. Because certain organizations even have their own SOC, some have their own CERTs, so it depends. So it's very difficult for EASA to give you an answer on this. Any other questions on CTI or even reporting?
I don't see anyone in front of me right now. There might be because we have around 90 something. So
90? Oh my God.
Maybe that one thing. We shouldn't confuse strategy with tactics. So CTI is a tactical information, not a strategic one. Strategic information are coming from your risk assessment.
Thank you. So it is time to wrap up the day before we start the meet the expert sessions. So just
question. Yeah, one question on the reporting, if I can.
Okay, please go ahead. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
Is there a specific category that will be added to Regulation 376 for cybersecurity incidents?
Yes, we are in discussion with the Commission. And actually, we have already provided some input for the implementing regulation 2376, which number is 2015, 1998, something, the European risk classification scheme. The implementing regulation 2376, we have already provided input. And then 376, due to its nature of council regulation, is more complex to be amended, but this is the idea.
So to the annex.
Yeah, to the annex.
So 376 will be updated later on.
Yeah, will be updated later on. Thank you. So then, if there are no other, okay, one very last.
Adding to the proposal party, would there be a change in risk classification scheme as well?
Hold on.
Sorry. Urbana Graf, Lufthansa City Line. Will there be a change in the European risk classification scheme as well?
No, just addition. No changes, but addition. So there will.
Thank you.
Good. So then, wrap up of the day. We started the day asking ourselves, is Part IS information security or safety regulation? I hope that from what we heard this morning from Davide, from Gerardo, and from Alessio, we have a clear idea. It is a safety regulation. It requires a lot of interaction with our security colleagues, information security, cybersecurity, you name it. But with what we are trying to mitigate are information security risks with a potential impact on safety. And the safety nature of Part IS should be clear. Then we discussed about proportional implementation. We proposed the reflection from the general aviation community, where, to quote someone in the past saying, confusion is high under the sun. This is my summary of what is happening, and it is a pity because there is possibility to do something, and I hope we can collaborate in trying to sort out how to reduce the confusion and find a pragmatic way to target at least the organization that really need to be in scope. We heard from Ryanair, the other end in terms of complexity and size, so how they are organizing and dealing with the high level of complexity they have, even not a single airline, but a group of airlines. And then Mario Lenit from Outro Control provided us some reflection on how to give a practical spin, a practical understanding of the three elements that we consider for proportionality, which are position in the supply chain, complexity of the system, and organizational complexity. This afternoon, we could see how if the interaction between product certification, aircraft certification, engine certification, and Part IS, which is for organizations, particularly at the level of aircraft. But what is important is how to preserve the security assumption that you make during certification, and you pass them over to the end user of the product. And then lastly, we heard from Jerry how CTI is supporting Part IS implementation by giving us elements that are supporting in complying with several articles, from risk assessment to risk interfaces to training. So this is what we have been through the day today. Now it is time to move to the next part of the day, which is okay, this is just an anticipation of what we will have today. You will hear an update of what we are doing with the authority in the Part IS task force. We will have a detailed presentation on the oversight approach by Juan, and then we will see how the mapping of EU cybersecurity rules applicable to aviation sector has been conducted by a group of authorities under the leadership of the European Commission. And finally, we will hear an update on the Part IS guidance material that is going to be issued soon. So that's it for today. Now, next thing are the Meet the Expert sessions. And for those who are not directly engaged, there is coffee, there is the possibility to stay here and to network and discuss session. The Meet the Expert session, next, okay, will take place in 2 rooms here at the ground floor, out of the corridor on the left. They are called Comet and Constellation. There will be a sign on the door. And then in 3 rooms on the first floor, you have to take the stairs. Dornier is at the end of the corridor. Fokker is immediately up from the stairs. And Concorde is just over the entrance. The distribution of topics and experts is this one. So Davide will be available to discuss proportional implementation and derogation in Dornier. So first floor at the end of the corridor. Jerry will be available to discuss reporting and cyber threat intelligence in Concorde. So up to the stairs, direction entrance, over the entrance. Juan, how to fit Part IS into an existing organization here in Comet on the ground floor. Vasilis, crediting compliance with other EU rules on Fokker, first floor. And Angeliki will be